I'd like for everyone to have a seat, please. We're going to start our event right now. Everyone who's standing, please have a seat. Have you had any bites of this breakfast we had? I don't know if we had a chance to understand, but this group that gave us our breakfast works in Complexo de Penha Favela, and they give us food security and many other things. They protect the land, and thank you everyone that provided us for with the breakfast and then will provide us with the lunch. So can we officially start? So, is it for you? Is it better for you if I stay here in the middle? Or maybe here? Well, I think here is better. So I'll just grab my things. No. Okay.
Tudo certo? Beleza, tá bom. Bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see you all here. A lot of people are here celebrating our 5-year anniversary of the Community Land Trust. Welcome to the third Favela CLT National Seminar here in Brazil. I am Teresa, Executive Director of Catholic Communities, COMCAT, the organization that has the great honor of raising the debate and the dream of the Community Land Trust in Brazil. Over the last 5 years, together with so many partners present here. So I wanted to start this day to understand who is the family that is gathered here that's been working to build the CLT. So we're here to understand what is the CLT, the Community Land Trust. And for those who already know what is the CLT, we're going to learn more together. So first of all, I'd like to thank the Public Defender's Office for hosting our meeting today and for being our partners even before we started this project. Thank you all, and thank you for everyone that's here helping us recording this event. And we have this event shared on YouTube of the Public Defenders and also on our CLT Favela project. So I want to raise your hands whoever have been to the same event 5 years ago when we initiated the Community Land Trust project. Okay, so we have like 10 people here in the room that has been here 5 years ago here at the Public Defender's Office when we started this idea of the CLT in Brazil. We have Mario here from Puerto Rico. So I want to raise your hands whoever arrived here in the last 5 years in this working group in the pilot communities. Please raise your hands. Okay, so we have like about 20 people representing this working group of the pilot communities. Nate is going to provide us a surprise So, who here is from the west zone of Rio? Okay, 25 people. From the north zone, please raise your hands. So, the south and central side and zone, 7 to 10 people. Who came from Baixada Fluminense? So, who came here from the east of the state? One person. Oh, thank you. Who came from even further? Please raise your hand. There are people from other countries, like 10 people who came from other parts of the world that came here to be today. So please clap your hands and applaud us. So thank you everyone for being here. It's so great to see what we built together. We have 17 states with us today via YouTube and 5 other countries, just so we understand who's with us here, online, and on site. So our proposal here is to understand what is this project of the Favela CLT that we need to understand with all our partners that have been living the CLT dream, because it's not established here in Brazil yet. And today we have the privilege of having 4 people from CLT in other countries. We're going to hear from Raza, Mario, Ashley, and in the afternoon we're going to have Jurema from the Shangri-La Co-op to talk about CLT in Brazil and in Latin America. So our focus here today is to understand what is the potential of the CLT in Brazil from these practitioners who bring stories of how the CLT has been implemented in their countries. So we're going to understand how it can be diverse, because every country practices in a different way with their culture. So we're here to learn together.
Então, antes
So before we start, we're going to see a video. We're going to see a panel with our people who are invited and then have lunch. We have the presentation about what is the CLT for whoever is getting in touch with this idea today. So I would like to understand how we came to where we are right now. So before the video, I want you to share the presentation I shared with you earlier. So please. So as I said, I am from the Catalyzer Communities, ComCat, which acts with the favelas mobilizers for 23 years. We have Neuza here with us. Neuza, please raise your hand. Wow, she's right in front. So those are leaderships that were with us, with ComCat, so many years ago. We exist so we can support favela mobilizers. So in this context, we build the activities that brought us here to the CLT, which we are celebrating here today. So here are some of the details of ComCat, but I'm going to mention them briefly because you receive this presentation in your email. So Who here is part of the Favela Sustentável Project here? And also the CLT is a project in the long term that works in the history of each favela. So in the beginning, we worked with the structure of people. Our idea wasn't that people should know Comcat, but we wanted to support those people who were mobilizers during the 2000s. It's so hard to find pictures from that time, but that's what we have. So we existed in these parts in the beginning, so we would exchange with different communities. We had a computer room that our mobilizers would use. We have a database that could help people in different ways in their projects. And in 2009, after we closed this space, we got to know that Rio would host the Olympic Games in 2016, and in 2 weeks we started to understand that some communities were being threatened by the removal because of the Olympic Games. So then we started to change our focus and start the communication. In 2010, we made a course and a teaching program for favela mobilizers in this beginning of social media and focus on the communities that were being threatened with removal. So we had the help of the public defendant office, so we thank them once again. And in 2010, we started this project of computer teaching, and then we spent the next 6 years in strategics to fight the removal of the communities. So we were back in the media and the medium, and we lived and we went through so much. I've been there present in many communities that doesn't exist anymore, but I've been also in communities that are still standing. So here we took our prisoners that have been to a few communities because they are still standing, and even so we've seen it all during this time. Oh, so let's just show this here. And we also saw gentrification, which was a concept we didn't used to talk about. We're going to talk about that briefly. I don't know if you remember of this time, like 2013, 14, when people started to talk about gentrification of favelas, the living cost in those communities. And we would work in Vidigal favela, and we developed a series of debates in those gentrified communities. So we would have luxury hotels, expensive bars, even football players wanted to buy land, and people would sell their land for 100,000 reais, and they thought they were doing a good business, but then they realized they didn't. So in this context, in these conversations, when we talked about and how would solve that problem, and in this part that was related to the Olympic Games, people have the right of the concession of use, but that wasn't being respected. So the best option back then was to live in an impermanent situation. So in these terms, we started to debate the solution, and then we thought about the CLT because we didn't have that name because it came from abroad, and then we started to talk about the CLT, and it became a dream.
Mas a gente não entendia.
We were not able to understand that it could be applied into favelas, and it was done in Puerto Rico. That's why today we are here. From that very first move in Vidigal, as it was kept, back in 2016, making some researches. We were informed that there was a CLT in Puerto Rico. That's how we got in touch. We made researches, we had an interview, and got a support in order to come with the first event. It was a workshop exchange, in which 5 members of El Caño in Puerto Rico came to Rio. That's how we first started this journey. The same one that we are here today to understand how it works and make sure that it will be done in Brazil as well. So let us move on. If each one of you has any doubt, we can talk about it, we can discuss, but let us move on. Could you please play the video? Thank you once more. That will be a quite productive day. Thank you. CLT project first started from the concerns of activists with decent housing for residents for informal settlements in rural communities. Its main goals are to guarantee security of tenure of communities, to guarantee the housing affordability and territorial development, residents-led. Residents' participation and protagonism in the community is paramount for our project and for all the other community land trusts spread around the world. Back in 2018, our first CLTs activity took place as a series of workshops along with members of the Community Land Trust of Puerto Rico, which is the first in Latin America successfully applied to informal settlements. Such exchange provided knowledge, new ideas, and it was certainly a milestone for this project. By creating a permanent working group in Brazil for the model. In October 2018, we held the first project meeting that gathered all of those who were interested in joining the Community Land Trust in Brazil. In a crucial moment to define the project's direction from then on. At the very beginning of CLT's project, the working group was divided into two, the mobilization group and the legislation one. The idea was that each participant could choose and engage in the group they were most interested in, allowing everyone's knowledge to be applied and engage in more people. The mobilization group's duty was to focus on community activities such as workshops, meetings, and in-person activities, as well as developing CLTs in the land, whereas the legislation group's duty was to discuss legal matters in order to regularize CLT. Meetings, meetings would take place at the same time. Ultimately, both groups would meet in a plenary session in order to discuss each other's outcomes. I believe that each group had and still have as a strength their multidisciplinarity, a project comprising people from different backgrounds with different walks of life, so that they can contribute with the work in in a more participative way. The first workshops of the year took place in the group in Villa Esperanza and Villa Autódromo, a community that recently suffered a violent eviction process where residents bravely resisted, and so 20 families were given the right to remain. The meeting took place in a church and was a time to discuss about of the tools that project communities from eviction. So it was interesting to articulate the CLT. Esperanza is a community that was built by residents themselves, based on principles such as the right to remain, having principles such as self-management, mutual aid, and collective organization. Therefore, the community roots are already very much aligned with CLT. They were so interested in CLT that the community soon became a pilot community to CLT up until now. Back in 2020, everything changed with the pandemic outbreak. It was a very difficult moment for us as people, as humanity, and as a CLT project. It meant a suspension of face to face activities in our pilot community, as well as a significant reduction in the process of activities. However, online meetings were held with the community so that what had already been developed would not be lost, and we made progress in understanding the model as much as possible. The virtual environment allowed interaction between the pilot communities and the other CLTs around the world. Was undoubtedly a challenge, but the mobilization and union was the key to deal with the situation. The National CLT Infusion Front began in 2020 with the advent of the pandemic. We saw how important it is to dedicate efforts to reach new audiences, new spaces, people and groups with the new virtual tools that were available to us. In 2021, we started doing live to discuss about CLT with different audiences, addressing different aspects of the model from different perspectives and participating in an event at the end of the year, which was the Urban October. In this one, a webinar took place in which we realized the potential of investing in events of such nature in order to spread CLT. In 2021, we held the first national CLT seminar. It was such an important exchanging moment in which we were able to discuss CLT with hundreds of people from around Brazil. And we had a huge surprise. Right from the start, registration exceeded 600 people from all over the country. We saw this event being publicized in many medias, social medias, from people we were not even aware of. 300 participants from whole Brazil exchanging knowledge, housing, the city, land regularization, and discussing a new tool that is Community Land Trust. At that moment, we saw how we all face the same challenges within different cities in Brazil, from north to south. We all were facing issues, challenges that would be worked with CLT and all the interests that arise from that moment. It all shows how important this model is worldwide. At this moment, we needed a virtual environment just so that we could have an open space to discuss about the model. In April 2021, with COM, which was the first social network, then we launched what is now the CLT website, the perfect virtual environment for those who are willing to study this model with lectures, videos, and even on our own texts, essays, and translations, including teaching materials ranging from what it is CLT and even how to build one. Finally, we published a video on what the community Community Land Trust is. The idea was to make the material easy to access, circulate, and be understood. And just so that our pilot communities would understand how it works and how to gather their potentialities along with the informal settlements in search for the right of housing. In 2021, we made a great progress in the field of project legislation and political advocacy work. Two main points was in this progress was the participation of our project in the preparation of studies for the draft Rio's draft master plan in order to reveal this master plan, which led to the inclusion of the collective territorial community land trust as one of the urban policy instruments, as well as our first public hearing in order to deal with community land trust, which took place in September 2021 at the end of the year in the city council. In 2021, towards the end of the year, we were able to celebrate São João de Meriti's master plan approval, which included a CLT in a specific chapter as one of the city's urban policy instruments, which was the first law in the country that expressively dealt with the community land trust. Great victory that inspired a number of other municipalities and other master plans, the results of which we are reaping so far. When we go back to in-person meetings, our CLT focus were two: social status and territorial planning, which is precisely to get residents to reflect on the space where they live within the community, within the neighborhood, and the city. 2022 was then a year of the second edition of the national seminar, and interest in the model continued. We had over 400 registration all over the country. Still in 2022, the Dissemination and Political Advocacy Front, we took part in the national conference by the BR cities and partners, bringing together social movements, universities, civil social institutions, all of them active in the field of urban politics. As a result, our participation was inclusion of community land trust as one of the items of platforms of the fight for the city, a document that will guide all of the actions, group actions, over the next 5 years. This was certainly a milestone for the country in order to be disseminated and debated for cities and housing. It was a very special moment for the project and that consolidated our position at a national level. In June 2022, Community Land Trust Project was invited to take part in the World Urban Forum, which took place in Katowice, Poland, to share our own experience as well as other Latin American partners to the whole world regarding security of tenure, community development, led by residents and the community. In June 2022, not only marked the international expansion of our project, but also gave us a publication of our João de Meriti's project master plan that had been approved in December of the previous year. In July 2022, the project's first activity was held in Shangri-La. Residents and leaders shared the community history with the support of non-governmental organizations focused on popular housing, in which they built houses in a joint work. So CLT project presentation made the community exhilarated through a model that weaves anxieties, collective and individual anxieties. The partnership with Shangri-La Community and CLT is the beginning of the steadily growth of this project in Carioca's Rio de Janeiro cities. A very important implementation part of CLT is a community empowerment, precisely by guaranteeing that residents are in charge of decisions that will impact the territory where they live at. In November 2022, CLT Project signed their first project along with Group Esperança, in which over 80% of residents joined and signed documents, committing themselves to be part of CLT as well as charge of decisions that will impact their territory. Still in 2022, we had the opportunity to move on with the course for public defenders all over Brazil. And seeing that auditory of public defenders, full of defenders committed to discuss housing and debating the community land trust was great, as these professionals are the ones who will affect housing for low income families. So we hope that that will be awesome. And also that we gain more strength and recognition in the legal field in order to defend the rights of low-income population. Amidst all of this development, it's good to know that we are not by ourselves. CLTs worldwide have a network of mutual strengthening. This becomes clear on the day CLT Day, which takes place once a year. And there are lectures, presentations, conversation circles talk about the Community Land Trust. It's great to know that this is bigger than us, but at the same time cannot be developed without us. 2023, in addition to our ongoing work with our pilot communities, has been marked by political advocacy, both in the municipal level, with the reintroduction of the term, with the real master plan, as well as at a federal level, with the first presentations of a federal bill on the term community land trust. Other than that, it has been a year in which regional workshops aimed and are taking the model to other regions throughout the country and establishing debates with activists and civil society members in other areas.
My biggest dream for the CLT in the future is for it to consolidate itself as an alternative model for the struggle for decent housing in our country, which we know is an issue that has been trying to be solved for centuries and which, despite all the attempts, all instruments, still remains a problem and affects the lives of millions of people in a very significant way. Thank you very much for following our journey so far. The CLT has only been able to achieve so much because of the participation of all of you who have been with us, whether in a closer or more distant way, lending us your enthusiasm, your knowledge, and your energy so that we can continue our work. Patricia, please applaud our video editor back here. Thank you so much. Thank you, the CLT team, and to everyone that is here with us that somehow contributed to our trajectory that we showed here today. So let's start our first table, which is focused on international experiences. We're going to talk about the land right. So I want to invite Mario. Mario, please. Who's the executive director and resident of the Fideicomo de la Tierra, Canha Martim Penha. Also Bárbara, who's also from the Fideicomiso de la Tierra Caño Martín Peña in Puerto Rico. I want to invite Ashley, Executive Director of the Houston Community Land Trust in the USA. And last, Razia, that is activist and also Vice President of the London Community Land Trust. And she's also a resident of the CLT. So for this round table, we provoked those people here so they can share their experiences in this their each and on CLT. So we have a Latin American experiences, also North American and European experiences of the CLT, and we thought about some questions. So those questions are: in your experiences, tell us about how the CLT model contributes to achieving the right to adequate housing. How does the CLT model addresses the issues of race, color, and gender? In your community, how did the residents react to the CLT model, and how do they comprehend the division between land and housing units? And we invite those presenters to share what are the main potentialities and challenges of the CLT model. So, before anything else, they are going to be talking in Spanish and English, and if you don't have the simultaneous translation equipment, please do so by getting the equipment back in the room so you can understand everything they are saying.
Primero que todo, quiero agradecerle a CONCAT, a Teresa, a Tarsila y al equipo de CONCAT la invitación que nos han hecho de parte de esta
So thank you so much for the invitation so I can share my experience with us in Brazil. So as mentioned, the Fideicomiso started in San Juan in Puerto Rico. We're going to talk about the CLT and the Community Land Trust per se. Okay, here we have some things that we won that people recognize us with awards that our community received as part of the work done by those communities. So to start off, I wanted to share with you our geographic context in Puerto Rico. It's in the Caribbean, as we can see. Puerto Rico is a part of the United States since 1988. So it's just a few years. So let's see a bit of the strategic community of Caña Martin Peña. The areas in red is the part of these communities, and we can see all this bay and San Juan Bay. This is where the exportations come from and the importations come out from. And then we also have the international airport, Luis Muñoz Marin, by the San Juan Bay. And we have many people getting there from this airport. So by this structure, we can see that this affects the communities. So here we have a timeline. So since last century, These areas were occupied, those people were there. And in Puerto Rico, we had, like we have every now and then, some environmental events like hurricanes, like in the 30s, the sugar industry started to go down its profits. So that's how the communities went to those cities. So in the 20s, we started this project to canalize things. In 2004 was approved the DCLT. In 2007, the Congress approved the first project of dredging, and then we started to approve these studies of those CLTs in 2016 and 2022, which is such an important year because the engineers approved the federal bills so we can approve the construction. And then we signed everything so we can start this engineering project. And as we said, the rule, which is this one showed in the screen, we approved the creation of the political petition so we can have this work done representing these 8 communities. Those are those entities, G8, with more than 200 residents, the Fideicomiso de la Tierra of the CLT, so we can get this project working. Together, we could enlace this project. That's how we evaluate it, so we can do the pertinent modifications according to the difficulties those communities were going through. So here is a photo of 1948 where we can see this bay, and this land by the bay was occupied. Here is a photo of 2015, and by the bay there were like more than 8,000 families occupying this area. So here we have the plan of the development of the community, and who else other than the residents that would know what they needed. So in the 70s, 80s, we had a policy of the Puerto Rico government so they can remove those communities which affected us. So we have this group where we would discuss, and of course we have established that those communities would organize this CLT, and this is part of everything in the CLT philosophy, so they could evaluate all the communities. And in the case of Puerto Rico, this entitled is known, so it was very much known in the island, so we could understand that what was the CLT at the time. So in these workshops, we understood about the model, and that's when we had more than 50 CLTs. So this is not only a structure, we have the capability of adapt to the land. Here you can see the community participation in the community so they can create the CLT, how the community wanted it to be, what they wanted, so that people could improve their land. So from that, the community understood what they wanted, where they wanted, how this space was being used, and the residents' necessities. And with this CLT, we understood a new model in the country where we can understand how Puerto Rico could be. So we had other experiences in other communities where the state erased those communities because they were extremely poor, and we could see that we have changed the community development that could help those people because they had to go to other areas. So here we have one of our slogans. The land is ours. So that's why, because in 2009 we had a new rule because those lands were removed from the CLT. So people had to organize themselves, and we had help from artists, politicians of the countries, so those peoples could defend their own land.
In 2013, the state, through law, were able to give those lands to community back to community. Naturally, it happened with the communities, just so that they went out defending their lands as well as CLT. So that was ours. We would never lose that. There is another picture, and that is quite important. This does not only avoid communities' eviction, it allowed that they could remain. They could have access to housing, land, infrastructure, just so that they can live. One of the questions was regarding how important the experience is. And I think that the most important is how community gathers and how they take care of their land and neighborhood. Despite of the poverty and lack of infrastructure. So they value the land and they fight for it. So as they valorized its mother, that's how they worked with CLT. There are also gender and race. Puerto Rico's population, over 52% of population are women. The others are men. So most of our families are women-led. And in order to, as we guarantee such right, we allow them to improve their living conditions, not only financially, but also for the whole community, for the whole neighborhood. Regarding race, 25% of our residents are migrants from the Dominican Republic who arrived in these communities, and they are part of them as well. So let us talk about the biggest potentialities. Education received by our residents, and how important it is to have such toll to make sure that we will remain in that land, that will avoid eviction, And communities will always remain there because, as we know, government will always try to remove those families and use those spaces. But one of the biggest potentialities is that the land value increases over time. So there is this problem faced by us, and those who can afford want to use those lands. But now it's no longer possible. And the cost of building cost in Puerto Rico, it's over $200,000. There's a lack of constructor in Puerto Rico. We don't have enough employees. In fact, we receive foreigners and materials get more expensive. Now I'll give the floor to my colleague, Barbara. Good morning, I'm Barbara de Jesus. I'm a community leader from one of Caño Martin Peña community. Mario mentioned what is truly done in the community as we were able to get the CLT and work with the community just so that we could indeed remain in the lands that have an intrinsic value for us. So we are constantly fighting against the interests of those who are willing to evict those residents out of those communities. We're always gathering in meetings, there are projects for residents, projects to deal with conflicts and help with residents' needs within the community. There are also there's also literacy programs, and the whole community participation. That is quite important, just so that we can truly make this a successful project. So CLT was created along with leaders, decisions were made, and there's no way one single person could make a decision without the whole community consent. So it's important for you to establish what you've been fighting for over here and do the same thing that we did as leaders. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I also would like to add, just so that we can understand the relation between land and residency. This project was difficult. It's an American model. We just applied this model according to our own needs and particularities. So it is important to understand the differences because that's how it can work. Families who do not have a title, either through the cooperative or individually, they have the right to have this surface right. Regarding family and structure, it is important to regularize the land. So when time comes and a family who's willing to sell their land, they can do it. And for the market price, 25% is for the land, but it doesn't truly mean that the land will be sold. So makes sure that residents will remain there. The land will not be sold. And it is an obstacle for real estate speculators. So thank you so much. Bom dia a todos. Bom dia. Eu não tô ouvindo. Sou dos Estados Unidos.
Texas, and come before you all to share my experience and the experience of the communities in Houston. So today I'm going to talk to you all a little bit about how we started, but also to give you some context about how our CLT works. As Mario just mentioned, take the model and make it your own. When we started, we had city funding. So the city of Houston provided funding to help us start our CLT, but when you take city money, you have city rules. And so the model that we have is one that is solely on home ownership. We just received some additional funding that is not with the city that will allow us to do rentals, commercial spaces for small businesses, green spaces, and diversify how our CLT actually works. But currently, we are a home ownership CLT, and we have approximately 188. We had some closings. We had 6 people close on a home this week, so we were very, very busy. So we have 188 homeowners in our CLT, and we hope to be expanding to rental now that we have some funding that will allow us to do so. So let me just start. As many of you know, the CLT model was started during the civil rights movement with farmers in Albany, Georgia. That's really important because I think that goes to the heart of what happens when groups are being taken advantage of, when they're being oppressed, and how you have to come together to really create change. So in Houston, it was always known as an affordable city compared to other places in the United States. So people weren't really thinking about, well, how do we keep the land affordable and keep people in their homes, because affordability wasn't really a big issue. And then all of a sudden, and it happened very, very quickly, that Houston became unaffordable. There were a couple of things that contributed to that. One of those being natural disaster. So Houston is in an area that experiences a lot of hurricanes, a lot of flooding. And so we had Hurricane Harvey in 2017 that really reduced our housing stock. A lot of people could not afford the insurance to rebuild or to fix their homes. And the city was extremely slow to help people fix their homes. So some people just walked away and left their properties. This left it open to speculators. People from all over the world came to buy up the land and property. And what did they do? They held on to it, waited for it to increase in price and value, because the other thing that happened in Houston were that people were moving from more expensive areas to Houston, Texas. Houston has warm weather, again, used to be extremely affordable, and there's lots of lucrative industries. We have oil and gas, we have a big medical center, so people thought, I could move to Houston. And so we got people from very expensive parts of the United States coming in. And when they saw our prices, said, oh, this is really cheap. I'll pay more than what you're asking for. And so then that drove up the prices for the people who had lived there forever and who were used to a certain level of affordability. So this contributed to communities coming together like the original CLT group and new communities in Albany, Georgia, coming together to say, okay, right now, everybody lives kind of on the outskirts. They live in certain neighborhoods. But what we found was that as the speculators were coming in, where all of the less expensive land were in communities of color. And they were closer to the inner city, closer to downtown, and people wanted to now move to those areas. So when the speculators came, they bought up lots that were very, very cheap, some as cheap as $1 US, and they held on to it. And so these communities knew, hey, we're in prime location. Eventually, they're gonna come for our areas. Right now, nobody's thinking about our communities. They're not investing in them. They're not fixing the roads. They're not building new housing stock. But those communities, some examples that I'll kind of show you are 3rd Ward in Houston, Texas, 5th Ward, Independence Heights. These communities, because of their location and because of the land that they had, knew that eventually the speculators were going to come. And so they started thinking about what are some ways in which we can preserve the affordability for when the speculators decide they want to go build very expensive homes on the land that they've been holding forever. And so for years, about 10 years, the conversation of the Community Land Trust was occurring in small pockets throughout the community. And finally, they all decided to finally come together and have that conversation, which is pretty much what you all have already done. You've already done a lot of the work, which is getting people together to teach them about the Community Land Trust model and why it's beneficial for communities. And so the city of Houston, when the new mayor came in 2016, said, yes, we need to figure out affordable housing. So he had a housing director that went and did some research and found out about Community Land Trust from a professor after he had heard about it from the communities. And so between kind of those two sources, he said, I think this is the right model for us. And affordability was already creeping up very slowly, but again, in 2017, when we were hit by Hurricane Harvey, it kind of expedited everything. Okay. And so in the United States, community land trusts are quite common. There are several of them all throughout the country. And I'm just going to show you where we are. We're here in Houston, Texas, and as you see, there's, at the time, this is an older map, there was one here already in Austin, Texas. And Austin was the first CLT in Texas. We were the second. But now, because of the success of Austin and Houston, there are several cities, all of the major cities in Texas now are either preparing to start their CLT or starting up a CLT or have one. So the movement since we started has grown very quickly, and we were established in 2018. So we're very young, we're a baby CLT when it comes to those in the United States. We're fairly young. And our mission is to make quality, affordable homeownership.
E também para garantir que as moradias acessíveis.
He told us that we had to do, but we realized that over time, homeownership is not the only way to do housing. We've been trying to convince the city of Houston that we need to focus on different typologies, including rentals, duplexes, tiny homes, different models to make sure that people's housing needs are met, because everybody doesn't need a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, which is what the city was forcing us to provide through our CLT model. And so the way our community land trust works is a homeowner goes out and searches for a home. So you may have a community that's close to your job, close to your kid's school, close to family that help, you have connection to, or the community that you grew up in that you love so much and don't want to leave. So you go find a home. The land is remained in trust, and we have a deed for that. And then you, as the homeowner, have the deed for the improvements, but you and your family have exclusive rights to the land through a ground lease. So we're bound together by a document that you sign when you go to close on your home, and every homeowner gets up to $150,000 US to help purchase their home and bring down the price to make it affordable. So the home becomes a protected asset of the community. When people say, well, you don't own the land, we say, no, the individual does not own the land. The community owns the land, because we are governed by the community and governed by a board that the community helps select. So when people kind of get a little nervous about the idea of not owning land, in Texas, land ownership is a big deal. People have big ranches and all of that, and they have homes and they want lots and lots of acreage, and they want really big yards so they can roam around in, and not necessarily that they need it. That's just what people believe is what we call the American dream. But it's something that's been forced upon people. It's not exactly necessarily the best way to think about things, because then it has forced people to not really think about community as much. And so this is how we have people coming in and disrupting communities and displacing people, okay? So in exchange for the money to make the home affordable to buy, The homeowner agrees to live in it and use it as a primary residence instead of a rental property or an investment property. Because sometimes we've had people in other programs that the city has done or other housing programs where people will get the money, the assistance, and then turn around and use it to make money as far as like selling it to others for a higher price. We want people to use their money and invest and grow wealth and all of these things. But if you're getting assistance, again, we want to keep affordability in the community. So you have to live in your home. You agree to properly maintain it, be good neighbors in the communities in which you live, and then make sure that that home is still good for your heirs when you pass it down to them, or when you resell it to somebody else that is in need of affordable housing. And then you agree to resell only to somebody else who is in need of affordable housing. So the purpose of our homes is not just to get you one individual into a home, it's so that home remains affordable for somebody else in the future, whether that be your kids, your grandchildren, your niece or nephew, or whoever the next family that you sell your home to. So instead of being able to sell on the open market to anybody who will pay for it, you have to sell to somebody else that needs affordable housing, again, keeping the affordability long-term and permanent, and not just for one family who gets in and is lucky enough to get an affordable home. You continue that cycle of passing it down to people who need it. So what are the benefits of CLT home ownership? So you get to build equity. So when you sell your home, you make money from it, right? So when you rent, you don't really make money off of it because you're paying rent to somebody else. So you do get to build some equity. It's limited so we can keep it affordable, but you do build equity. You have a lower mortgage payment, meaning what you pay every month. All of our homeowners are paying less to own their home than they are to rent in Houston. Property taxes. So in Houston, our property taxes are very high. Every year, the county will come and look at your home and say, your home is worth this much. You may say, well, I didn't pay that much for that house. Or where did you come up with that number? The county tells you how much your home is worth, and then you have to pay taxes on what they say that it's worth. That is what has been pushing out a lot of people in communities. Because when the value of the land goes up, or when expensive houses are being built around your community, it drives up the value of all the homes in that community. Meaning, even if your home is not worth a ton of money, if your neighbor's is, your home is now worth more and your taxes are worth more. So we see the taxes going up exponentially, but incomes are not. So then that leaves people in a tight position if you don't control the property taxes. So through the community land trust model, we have an agreement with our county. If a home is in the community land trust, it is based off of the price in which you paid for it, which is going to be less than half of what the market value is. That's how we keep it affordable long term. Without the property tax control, they can charge you as much as they would like for the value of your home when it comes to taxes. So your mortgage may be what you pay to the bank or your lender will stay the same, but your property taxes could go up to something that is unaffordable. And then we have stewardship and support, which we'll talk about later on when we talk about organizing and bringing people together. But stewardship, we don't just help you get into a home and keep it affordable. There is stewardship and support and community building after you own your home, as well as leadership opportunities, which many of you are already doing right now. So I want to just kind of break down some numbers, and I tried to bring it up in reals so that we can have a better understanding. So a home at $230,000 is actually a very, very low-cost home in Houston now. That is not even close to what it actually costs, but we try to find affordable builders. So $230,000 is approximately 1.1 million real. And so if you look at CLT versus if you just buy traditionally, if somebody who wanted to buy just in the market a person, the big difference in price. So we're talking about 5,100 real per month versus 11,000 real per month. So what does that look like? In the US, somebody who makes $38,000 a year can afford the home through the CLT. So who is making $38,000? What does that look like in the US? So that's a preschool teacher. That's an early career social worker. That's a customer service rep. That's somebody who works in retail. So these are people that work every day, that you run into every day, can now afford a home that if they tried to buy traditionally, they could not afford. Because traditionally, you would need about $84,000 US dollars a year. So who is that? That's somebody who is a mid-career in maybe information technology, an experienced registered nurse, a small firm attorney. So looking at kind of the difference in who can afford the home. So now we're able to provide ownership for a wide range of people. And this is what the median home price, so I gave you what the affordable home price in Houston is. $328,000 is what the median home price. So that means if you go out, most of the homes are going to be closer to that amount. So that's 16,000 real per month. So who is that? That's somebody, a big firm attorney, an early career doctor, an experienced high school principal, or a manager or director at a corporation. So we're talking about, to afford the median price, you have to be making a pretty high salary to be able to afford just the median price in Houston, meaning that most people cannot afford the average home in the city of Houston. So therefore, affordable housing is desperately needed. And very quickly, so you all can kind of see, we're a little different as far as a community land trust because we're not in one community. We represent the entire city of Houston, which is actually all of this. So this middle part here is kind of the center city, where this whole side here is where affordability used to be. But yet they are now making it completely unaffordable. This is where a lot of the development is happening in the city. People used to live all the way out here in the suburbs in their nice big homes, but now everybody wants to move back to center city. And so this is where people are being displaced. And so just so you all know how big Houston is, you all have way more people than we do. And we have, but we still are about 2 million people city proper. And then when you look at the size, we have a lot of space and they want more density. So they're now building closer together to create that density, more so what you all have with here in Rio. And the average cost of an apartment in Houston is $1,500 a month. Our homeowners are paying significantly less than that to own a home. This is just some quick examples of Third Ward, one of the major communities that are being gentrified. These are the typical homes that used to be there, but as you can see, they're building high rises, and this is the new types of homes that they're building. Closer together, taller, way more expensive. Third Ward is a historic African-American neighborhood where there's a lots of rich culture and history, and musicians used to come and play there. And there's a very tight-knit community, and they're one of the ones who kind of started the movement for CLTs. The most famous resident, I have to brag about this, Beyonce is from Third Ward. Fifth Ward is another example of a neighborhood as well, where we had traditional affordable homes that are now being wiped out by very expensive townhomes. And so the Community Land Trust is the only way at this point that we can kind of preserve, one, the aesthetic and the feel and the community feel of that community, but also a way to keep people in those communities without being displaced, because the housing that is currently being built is not for the current residents. They are intentionally building homes that the current resident cannot afford, because as I showed you, it's in that middle, that city center, and they want more people back into those areas. And lastly, here are some of the homes that have been able to be put in the CLT for less than half of the market rate value. So our homeowners, these homes are all over the city. They found them just working with the realtor. But the prices that they were able to purchase them at $90,000 US dollars, which is equivalent to about 450 real, versus the 1.3 million it would cost if they bought at market rate. So as you can see, the CLT does bring significant affordability to home ownership, And now we're looking forward to going into rentals so we can provide more affordable rentals for people that are not maybe interested or ready for home ownership. So that is our CLT, and I hope you all have some questions later on. And thank you so much again for allowing me to speak with you today.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. It's a privilege to be here with you in this room. I'm first and foremost a local community member and an advocate for affordable housing. I believe that affordable housing is a basic right that everybody has that is sometimes not afforded. I come at, in my involvement with CLTs slightly differently from my colleagues over here. I became aware of CLTs through grassroots campaigning. It was a joint effort by a youth organization and also a wider national organizing group called Citizens UK, whose intention is to build a more fair and equitable society. Now, where I live has been historically deprived, and it has seen a lot of social issues, issues that are underpinned by racism as a result of quite a high migrant population. And in 2018, I found myself in a situation where I had a housing need. And somebody came knocking on my door to tell me about CLTs, something I'd never heard of. A poster in our lobby informed me that there's some genuine affordable housing coming along. Now, over the course of the prior 10 years, we saw substantial affordable housing that was unaffordable for the vast majority of our residents. Now, the borough or municipality I live in is 54% ethnic minorities, but their white counterparts are 4 times more likely to own a home than the majority of the population there. Now, an advocacy academy, which is a youth organizing institution, had a couple of members who realized that once they graduated and they'd landed their first job, with an average income in our borough, they would be unable to afford to live there. If they wanted to live independently, they'd have to move out, away from their roots, from their family. And for one of our members, very poignantly, he would have to move away from his mother's grave and have to do a 2-hour commute in order to be able to visit her. So they got together with what was then East London CLT, who had just delivered 23 units through the cooperative scheme. So I attended the first meeting highly suspicious, and I left the meeting feeling very exhilarated, thinking, why is this not much more widespread? It seems like it's the perfect solution. And then I got involved. A year later, I found myself joined the board of directors of London CLT. And the challenges became a little apparent as to why this seemingly obvious solution was not being used. Now, our first unit, if you will see to the board there, on the left-hand side here, this is the first CLT unit that London CLT bought, 23 homes. It was built on the old site of St. Clement's Workshop, which you may or may not be aware, workshops in the UK housed the poor, the indebted, and those who are otherwise extremely destitute. St. Clement's was one for women and children and what they called then the mentally insane, sorry. Now, as you can see, this is a picture from 1841, as at a time where we didn't have social services and social housing. This particular building housed 124 what they called paupers at the time, people who were absolutely destitute. Now, fast forward post-Second World War, we had a fantastic initiative which saw the birth of our National Health Service, and it also saw investment into social housing. Housing that was given to those who were most deprived at affordable rents, which then allowed them to create roots in their community to ensure their children, their families thrived, and also give back to their community. Now, in 2016, through campaigning through London Citizens, we saw 23 units built. In 2015, this group of young men got together and approached our local authorities for land. Now, in the UK, the land works slightly differently. Most of it is privately owned, except publicly owned land. And all publicly owned land has designated uses, which shrinks our opportunity for for CLT homes even more so. Now, the challenges that we face as a group is that we don't have the money, we don't have the permissions, but we have the willpower. So whilst communities can get together, the knowledge of CLTs is increasing, but we're finding that what are historically deprived areas, people are being pushed out because they can no longer afford to live there. The area that I live in, for example, a substantial number of families are being pushed out to coastal towns because in the 1980s, we saw a mass selling of social housing stock. 20 years later, we saw about 40% of those homes re-enter the private rental market. So people are now paying up to 50% of their monthly income in order to pay rent alone. That does not include your electricity, your gas, your taxes, your food. So it leaves people in very precarious situations. We are at a stage now where those who are fortunate enough to be in social housing have more disposable income than those who are in private rented accommodation. The situation we're in at the moment, a teacher, a nurse, sometimes even doctors in our city can no longer afford to live there because house prices are so high. To give you context, in the area that I live in, the price of a 2-bedroom apartment can range anything from about £300,000 to about £450,000 on average. But the average income in our area is only £28,000. That means that you can only afford approximately £800 a month, whereas rents are about £2,000. So that just gives you the disparity. So we're finding a larger populace of adults who are having to share accommodation or move out of town entirely. Now, we do have a model of CLTs that can provide a solution to part of the housing crisis. Unfortunately, the last time we had an adequate housing stock was the 1980s. So London CLT and the CLT model works to capture a small element of the population who have otherwise reasonable incomes, but because of the disproportionate and artificially inflated values of homes, are unable to afford to buy a home. In the UK, we don't have a model that can support social rents or rent to buy because of how funding is lacking. The funding system that we have in place at the moment has not evolved enough to take into account the CLT model, which is something that we work on. We are very lucky that this first site, which is in Tower Hamlets, has been historically one of the most deprived areas of London. We had the most workhouses there. This is where our ports were. It saw the first influx of Jewish migrants come in, and then members of the Bangladeshi community come in when the textile industry was thriving. So after several years of campaigning, these are images of the final stages of our St. Clement site and our residents celebrating moving in. Now, recently in February 2023, this year, during the pandemic, we struck the ground in Lewisham. which has also historically been marred with racial tension between police and the ethnic minority groups there. And our campaigning groups went on foot on a cold, wet winter to try and identify publicly owned land where they may be able to build on. They identified a set of car garages that were not used anymore, disused, and attracting antisocial behavior with drugs and other criminal activity. So they campaigned. You'll be able to see Janet Emmanuel. She's a board member of London CLT, also assistant head teacher, now retired, who led the campaign tirelessly for about 6 years to deliver housing. There are some images down here of campaigning, of getting community groups together, and on the top there you will see our first some of our new residents of these 11 affordable units that we've managed to bring forward. It was tough. We had to campaign to lift grants, local grants available for the Greater London Authority from about £40,000, which we are awarded, and then we have to find the funding elsewhere. So this project was almost at risk, but thankfully, because the Deputy Mayor for Housing was also invested in CLTs, awarded us additional grant funding to make this become available. Those are the projects that we've delivered in London so far. And we've got various other projects which are going on, and this particular one is the one that I'm very intimately involved in. We've started this project in 2018. It is at a risk of not coming through because of funding issues. And unfortunately, there seems to be a bit of a disparity between what the local community want and need and what our politicians have planned for our borough. To give you context, our borough has about 336,000 residents, and we have 40,000 applications for social housing. We have approximately 17 years before somebody can get adequate housing needs. Now, to give you additional context, some of the questions that we've been asked to weave in terms of race, colour and gender. Like I've mentioned previously, 54% of our borough comes from an ethnic minority background, mostly Caribbean communities, Somali communities and Portuguese communities. And we had an Equality Commission report done in 2017 which established that our borough is institutionally racist on all levels. And those very communities, the Portuguese community, the Somali community, and the Caribbean communities were affected at multiple levels. Whilst they're doing major work to identify these issues, it's not nearly enough. And on a CLT level, what we do is we refer to our census data, the national census data and the local elections which take place, which give us a good grasp of the ethnicities that reside in the borough, their age groups and their family makeups. We then actively go out to try and ensure, whilst everybody is welcome to join our groups, we try and make sure that it's representative of the people that live in the borough. If we identify a shortage, efforts are made into understanding why those shortages are in place, and then recruit to make sure that their voices are heard. For example, a lot of our residents might be in jobs that are not very socially feasible. We might have cleaners who work very, very early in the morning, so that might be sleeping in the evenings when the meetings take place. We might have nurses that are working 12-hour shifts or unable to be there. We still have a gender imbalance in our communities where childcare falls on women. So it might be that their childcare arrangements don't allow them to get involved. So work is still underway to make sure that all of these issues are addressed. At London CLT, this time last year, we were not representative of our membership, and I'm glad to say that with some staff changes, our staff are now a very diverse group. Our board is very diverse, and now we continue to ensure that our membership in our steering groups accurately reflect their steering groups. In terms of CLTs, they are not new to the UK. We see, really bizarrely, a demand for CLTs in quite affluent areas like the cities of Oxford. Devon, which was historically quite affordable, became the playground for rich from London who would go there to holiday, purchase holiday homes, increase the prices, and then see the locals priced out. In London, are one of the few CLTs to have delivered what is considered a substantial number of homes. But the knowledge of CLTs is still not widespread. So we work at trying to educate people on what CLTs are. This model of CLTs, which is in all essence quite democratic, is quite alien, is improving. But people have a sense of reliance on local authorities and their politicians and their councillors to do the right thing. But we are finding that our super trajectory towards capitalism does not allow that to happen. And we are finding that the voices of the local people are being drowned out. And what the community needs, what the different ethnic groups require are not being reflected in policy. So we continue to work extremely hard towards that. Now, in terms of the potentials for CLT homes, the potential is that we have adequate housing stock, that we have strong communities, that then goes on to ensuring that children are raised in secure environments, is making sure that health is then impacted in a positive way. But unfortunately, that doesn't translate into the model that we have at the moment. So in terms of the challenges for the CLT model that we experience in London, it is land justice, which is what we need. We have the area of a golf course available in North London alone, where people get to play golf while there's people on housing waiting lists waiting to be housed, people in overcrowded accommodation, which impacts school attendance, which impacts health, both physical and mental health. The condition of houses which have been built in the UK are not adequate. So we see a lot of damp, which causes a lot of issues with asthma, which then impacts how people can live their general lives, sickness, and attainment levels. So the challenges that we have is to convince our politicians that this is the way forward rather than private development, that actually you will see investment in cities and towns where communities can stay, and that communities are there, much like our visit to one of the favelas, that those people who struggle right now are the reason why some of those towns and cities are there, and it is entirely unfair to expect them to now leave because they have kept the ground there for you. Now, what we would obviously like to see at London CLT is the increase in the model so we can accommodate for different needs of the community. Now, when rents are so high and 50% of your income is taken on rent, you have no space for savings. Without those savings, you cannot raise a deposit. We don't have subsidized opportunities available where deposits are given to residents to purchase. So they have to find that money somewhere, and we don't have that. So we live in the hope that our model will evolve to take in our model that we're using in the UK at the moment to target housing evolves with the CLT model. I think the CLT model is a little bit too advanced for us right now. But with the will of the people, I think we will be able to get there.
Bom, quero agradecer muito.
Well, I would like to thank you for your speeches. In this first moment, our guests are presenting their lives and their experiences that are very different from ours. So we will bring our scenario here in Brazil so you can ask your questions. But whoever knows our project knows that we don't like people sit. We want people to do stuff and move. So we'll do a dynamics that will last like about 10 minutes. All of you got some post-its and pens. And we will invite you all. As you can see at the end of this room, we have some papers on the walls. And whoever is on the right can write on the paper on the right, and on the left can write on the paper on the left. So what will you write on the post-its? So first, what is the most interesting part that you've heard so far. And in one post-it, the most interesting points, and the other ones, your biggest doubts about this model. So you have 10 minutes. You can grab some coffee and put your post-its there. And then we are going to go back to talking about TTC in Brazil. So, guys, 10 minutes.
Vamos lá, repetindo as perguntas. Em um papelzinho, quais foram os pontos mais interessantes que vocês ouviram? E em outro papelzinho, as...
In one paper, the most interesting parts, and the other one, your doubts about this project. So please share with us.
Bom, pessoal, vamos lá, vamos voltando. Bom, queria fazer um comentário geral sobre aí o...
I'd like to make a general comment about the result of our dynamics. Most of you highlighted as positive or interesting the community dimension, the privilege of groups, of communities, and also economic sensitivity, how important it is to have affordable housing that everyone can afford so that people can stay in their territories. These points were highlighted by several people who accepted our invitation to write down what they thought was most interesting. And most of the questions pertain to Brazil. After hearing about situations in Europe, Puerto Rico, and other distant places, everyone's asking themselves, what about Brazil? How does it work here? How do you implement it? And how do you deal with armed groups? And so we had many questions about Brazil. And so we are going to speak now about CLT in Brazil, the Brazilian experience. And then we will have a discussion with our guests before lunch. So I just want to remind everyone to please sign the attendance sheet because it's so important that we register this. So moving forward, let's talk about the CLT. Let me introduce myself, but I haven't introduced myself. My name is Tarsila. I am the coordinator of CLT at COMCAT. I am a lawyer, but I am also an urban planner, and I have been around for approximately 5 years working together with some of you, many pilot communities, many partners, to discuss CLT in our country. So, what is CLT? First, it's important that you differentiate the names. Today, you heard Fideicomiso de la Tierra, which is what we call the CLT in Spanish. You heard Community Land Trust, which is the term we use in English. And now you will listen to TTC, which is what we call that in Brazil. And you will see that all of these models in Puerto Rico, in the US, England, Brazil, they are all different because the needs are different in each place. In fact, they're different in each community. So today we will speak about the pilot communities that are present here today, and even in Rio de Janeiro, which is a part of Brazil. Even here, the CLT has differentiations. And so CLT is a generic name, but the way it works is we adapt it to the location. So today we're going to discuss CLT and the Brazilian model. So the TTC is the Brazilian version of the CLT, and it is a model that is adapted to Brazilian reality. And what does that mean? Well, you saw multiple photos today of developments in the US and in Europe that show houses that are middle class even. And this does not happen in Brazil. Here in Brazil, just like in Puerto Rico, as you heard from Mario, we have a focus on informal settlements, favelas, and illegal settlements as well, and in processes of self-building, so groups that build their properties collectively. And so these are the focuses of the CLT in Brazil. It's more centered around low-income communities. So this term, Community Land Trust, or TTC, the idea behind this term is an agreement between parts to establish collective governance over common property. And today we are going to discuss the main characteristics of the Brazilian CLT and say that to join the CLT is voluntary, it's optional. This is not a top-down approach. Every member has to accept, has to voluntarily join. And this is crucial for maintenance, for the maintenance of this model. People can choose not to participate. And what are the specificities of the CLT in Brazil? What are the goals? Security of tenure is one of them. What is security of tenure? It is a guarantee that groups and communities can remain in their territories. We know, and we'll detail the context later, but we know that in Brazil, many groups, many communities live in extreme insecurity. They think they can be evicted at any time by armed groups, by the private market itself, because they can't pay their bills anymore, they can't pay electricity, internet. And so the Brazilian Community Land Trust addresses these challenges. But the goal isn't just tenure. It's not just to guarantee that communities stay in their territories. We also seek improvement, but from the perspective of residents, from their desires. So we know, and I'm sure some of you have examples of this, when improvements are suggested from the top, they're imposed, and that results in resources that are underutilized by the community. And so the CLT subverts that process, and it has a vocation for empowering residents to define the paths that the community will follow. And so these are the objectives of the CLT in Brazil. As Ashley already said, the CLT rose in the 1960s and was very much linked to the civil rights movement and the struggle of Black people mainly to stay in their territories. It was a very complicated context. And in the past 60, 70 years, it moves from rural territories to urban ones. And it finally arrived in Brazil, in Latin America, where we have more recent experiences. But it's very important that we understand that the CLT model is present in many countries. We're not inventing the wheel here. What we're bringing to discussion here is the adaptation of a successful model, a model that's successful in several parts of the world. This is the map that Ashley brought today, which shows the number of CLTs around the US. We also have a map of the United Kingdom showing how disseminated this model is there. Now, here in continental Europe, we have other experiences in Belgium, Germany, France. Now Portugal is also trying to implement the CLT model. And so we have more and more countries who are interested. And in the global south, countries in development, as we used to call them, we have experiences in Kenya, Bolivia, Puerto Rico. As we heard from Mario and Barbara, we also have groups in Bangladesh, Indonesia, who are starting to work with CLTs. And here in Brazil, we have our own project. And so the CLT is a model that is so successful in so many diverse countries. I mean, we're speaking of Kenya even, that it has been included in the Urban Agenda, which is an international pact for cities and for urban policies. And Brazil is a part of it. Most countries are involved. And so the CLT has been acknowledged, has been recognized by the Urban Agenda, and has been considered a sustainable solution, a model to be discussed among all members. And so when we fight for CLT in Brazil, what we're doing is demanding a commitment that Brazil has already made internationally. And now we just need to put it in practice. And what are the essential characteristics of the CLT? What makes a CLT a CLT? And here we're going to address everything that was mentioned here today. So the CLT separates land ownership from ownership of buildings. And that is something that we're not very used to, at least not in Brazil. In Brazil, we tend to think of property, and property is everything. It's the land and the house, and that's what we're used to. But the CLT model separates those two. And we need to understand why the separation is important. And one simple exercise we can do to understand why that's important is I'm going to ask you to picture two identical houses. Imagine two identical houses. Put one of these houses in the wealthiest neighborhood of Rio or wherever you live. Now put the other house in the poorest neighborhood, the one that's farthest from the center. Will the price of those houses be the same? No. Why are the prices different if the houses are identical? Because of the land. And so there is a high cost that varies depending on the improvements, and that is related to the land, not the house. And so what happens in many of our communities, in favelas, for example, is that people fight for decades to get public investment, and after decades of struggle, the government comes and implements a school, a metro station, business start to come, and you gain this urban structure. And when that happens, what happens to the price of the homes? What happens to the poorest residents? They have to leave. The poorest have to leave because they're not able to pay the rent or the water bill or the internet. They won't even be able to get their beer because the beer that they're now selling is a different one, more expensive. And so this is what justifies a separation between buildings and land. Because through this model, the land belongs to the community forever. It cannot be sold. And so any type of increase in value will go to the community. And the houses, they can be sold, they can be rented, but they will always be rented and sold by affordable prices because the land belongs to the community. And this brings a protection against real estate speculation because many of you here live in areas of real estate speculation. And what do these developers want? They don't want your homes, they want the land. But if you can't sell the land, then they're not going to get what they want. And so with the CLT model, you have a double protection. First, because you have the title of your home and with that you're able to sell it. You have that protection. And you also have the protection of knowing that the land will be forever belonging to the community. It will never be sold. It will never be given to developers. And we're going to answer questions at the end. Please wait. And then the second characteristic is the spontaneous membership. I've already mentioned that. The CLT, unlike other models, it can't be imposed. We can't come to an area and say, we're going to do the CLT here, this is how it's going to work. We can't do that. And why can't we do that? Because the CLT is an arrangement that requires community engagement. And it is an intergenerational commitment. People who started in the United States in the 1960s, now their CLT is like third or fourth generation. And so this needs to be something that you want to pass down to your children and your grandchildren. So it's something that you must want. It's something whose importance you need to understand. You need to understand that this is something that benefits you. And normally people ask, but so do I have to convince everyone in my community to have a CLT? And what I say is, not even Jesus convinced everyone. And so we cannot rely on persuasion. The CLT can be applied in a way that you can have one house here and then 2 streets after it, you have another house that is a part of it. Even so, the CLT protects communities. It protects members and the community as a whole. And do you want to know why? For this reason. Speculators, developers, they do not want the homes. They want the land. But do they just want one plot of land? No, they need several plots of land in order to have the area, the total area that they want. And so if you have scattered houses that are part of a CLT, you create a barrier for these developers because they won't be able to build, they won't be able to gather all of these plots of land. And so even if you have a CLT that is made up of scattered plots of land, which is very common actually, this is still a robust format for protecting residents and ensuring development that is community led. The third point is affordability. I told you that the land stays with the community. And who owns the land? The community. And so it's the community that's going to decide what's going to be done. So you have the council, the elected council, but beyond the council, which is elected, you have arrangements of what we call direct democracy. What do we do normally with residents' associations? We elect a party, and then we either complain or we support for 2, 3, 4 years, and after that we vote again. Isn't that how it works? But our level of engagement throughout the days is very low. We feel that we voted and therefore we can complain. But in the CLT, things work differently. The idea is to gather everyone to decide together. And so the City Hall wants to implement a project in the community. We have 3 options of project to implement. We're going to call everyone from the community to vote. And we're going to offer assistance if necessary. And, it's hard work, but it ensures that everyone is able to give their opinion and participate in governance, which is so rich and important.
And so the last characteristic is the perpetuate accessibility to the housing. So it can futurely be school, anything, but you have to guarantee the accessibility of that house and land. And Ashley and Hazia brought us different stories of different communities where it shows that people cannot afford a house, afford rent, and we could see during the pandemics how many people were on the streets, living on the streets because they couldn't afford a house. And the CLT guarantees you that that land will forever be destined to low-income families. So if you want to sell your house because your life has changed now, you're married or anything, it doesn't matter. If you want to sell your house, you need to sell it to someone who's also low income. So just to show you on images how it works. This is the trust, and in the CLT we have the land that belongs to everyone, and each house is owned by any specific person. So why do you need to talk about CLT in Brazil? So we have some data about house owning in Brazil, and the last years showed us that the data is getting worse and worse. So in 2017, therefore before the pandemics, we have almost 8 millions of housing deficits in Brazil. But at the same time, we have almost the same number in available housings. So there are more available houses than people without houses. So it's weird having someone who lives on the street when you have an empty household. this is a political option for the housing as a real estate asset, as an investment. So, how many of you have received a propaganda that said this is a great investment, you should buy this house? But shouldn't our household be a home? Somewhere we can be to relax or even work when people work from home. So when did we get lost and the households became an investment? That's why we have a distortion, and the real estates became the reason why the speculator goes to the favelas and try to buy the land to then build a condo or buildment. So that's how people don't realize the the communities that live there and how they can collectively build something. So that's why we are working here in the CLT. And so we have to move our mindsets. So we have to think about household and houses as a right of the citizen. Because the houses are so important that we can't conceive someone who has rights and doesn't have a place to sleep. That's why we call them homeless. Is it possible to have a home on the streets? No. So that's why we can conceive someone not having a house as a houseless, because having a house is a basic right of the citizen. That's why we have to change our mindset, and that's our idea here, the CLT project. So those are some news pieces that made us think about this project. So in 2010, 2015, we had a real estate boom. So many of you remember not only the dismantlement, and I bet you remember those removals from the Olympic Games and the World Cup. But I bet many of you also remember that before 2010, we could buy a house with much less money. And with the same money we had back then, we can even buy a house in not such a good area. So this makes people leave their houses. So in this context, the dismantlement wave, because of the huge events that were hosted in Rio and the intense real estate here in Brazil, made us realize that not even your titling of the home guarantees you stay there. And well, Dona Maria de Penha, that I bet many of you know, said, as you can see on the screen, that even her titling didn't guarantee that she stayed on the land. She had 2 concessions of use from the state, but to stay there on the land, she almost died. So do you think that the speculation doesn't go to the favelas? They go to the favelas because people don't have documents. So that's how you get yourself on this situation. So in this context, we start looking to other countries and think, well, someone must have thought about a solution to protect these residents. That's how we found the experience in Puerto Rico. That is the CLT model of the Community Land Trust in a favela, in a poor community. So you can guarantee the land development. So when we found our fellow Puerto Ricans, we started to think that we can apply that in Brazil. So here we started to make those things happen and start to thinking about how we could bring the CLT to Brazil. And why do that? Why bring it to Brazil? It seemed that we didn't have any mechanisms that could guarantee the permanence in those communities. Even with all the laws and the constitution, we didn't have mechanisms to guarantee our permanence in the communities, but we needed the titlings because in one side it wasn't enough, and on the other side we could realize that people were still threatened even having the titlings. So we have until today a problem with public development because the state doesn't act. So we have a model in the city that made our mayor build many things for tourists. This model of a capitalist city that is going to be sold to the world, and this capitalist city doesn't have a place for the poor. So that's why we needed a mechanism to guarantee the CLT. So what were the potentialities we saw on the CLT? So the permanence guarantee, something formal, and I really mean formal, that would guarantee the permanence of those residents. Second, the CLT protects from both types of removals, from the real estate and the state, because before that it wasn't possible to protect from those two types. It guarantees that even on the low market or when the market is at high, we can guarantee that people will invest in the communities. Besides that, the CLT brings a balance between individual and collective goods. So we have to think about everything as a collective community. So, but it doesn't work if you say that everything is collective, because that doesn't work. So the CLT guarantees that the land belongs to the community, because it's already like that, and the houses are owned by individual people. Beside that, CLT improves formally the community, so the community could decide on its own development and decide what they want to be done in that land. They are not subjected to someone from the city hall saying what they think should be done there. The CLT formalizes those communities and gives them the land owning. So that's why we use always the example of services companies, because sometimes you know that you don't have access to the basic needs. So with the CLT, the resident is not the one that is going to ensure that those needs are met. It's the CLT. That's only an example of how the community can be empowered. The CLT guarantees development by the residents and for the residents. So it's not someone else saying what it should be done. So we also have the accessibility of house owning. We want to guarantee affordable houses even if you don't own the land. We want the land to improve for those people who live there, not so they can get expelled and removed from the area, or everything gets so expensive they can't live there anymore. But of course, we have some challenges, and you brought everything.
Como eu falei,
Challenge is a lack of documentation. As I said before, the CLT is a legal mechanism authorized by the notary public, and because of that, we need a process called regularization. Our country historically has a history of regularization, and land regularization is a historic fight. Even though now we have some mechanisms that facilitate that, it is still a struggle. Another challenge that was very mentioned in the post-its is the control by armed groups. The CLT is a model. It is a proposal. It is a path. It is not the solution to all problems. Otherwise, we would be having a different type of conversation. Of course, there are places where we won't even be able to get in with this proposal because the control by armed groups is such that it makes it impossible. But the CLT does have mechanisms for reducing that type of control. How does it do that? First, through community empowerment. We have multiple studies that show that the weakened communities where residents are less united are those more vulnerable to control of armed groups. And one of our pilot communities is an example of that. It is a community that has been resisting thanks to the union of residents. The Council of the CLT advises that external agents be present. And so these are historic supporters of the community. Why their presence? To avoid the co-optation of this council. We know that sometimes people receive threats, and that is hard to resist. But that rarely happens with an external agent that is a historical supporter. And that is something that we use against the territorial control. And then there's the pragmatic argument, which is the following. Here's some news from 2020 and 20, and things have worsened since then. But the news was that 57% of the territories in the city were dominated by the militia. And so we could see how much power they have. Can any legal mechanism control that? Not really. The CLT cannot solve the problem of the militia. We can't solve this problem immediately, so we must invest in strengthening our communities. For those who don't know the story, in São Paulo, we don't have multiple factions like we do here in Rio. We have one group, which is the first command of the capital, that rules the entire city and negotiates with governors, the mayor. And people are appalled by the multiple factions that exist in Rio. And so the joke is that the PCC, the first command of São Paulo, should come here to dominate Rio as well. That would be a better situation. And so a challenge that we face in the CLT is the mindset of property and individualism. We live in a society that is more and more individualistic. We live in a society where, since we are kids, we're taught to desire to have our own home. Our dream is to buy our own house and to have our house title. But in reality, many times that's not possible, and many times it's not even the best solution for us. Many times it's good for us to stay in our communities where we have a support network than to just acquire property elsewhere. So we have housing policies that are based on the idea of individual property. And lots of problematic experiences come from that. We struggle to help people see that the collective is better and that they're in the condition that they are because it's because of a lack of communal effort. And there's a struggle to communicate that land needs to be owned by everybody. Peña says that land is a God-given gift and must be shared by all. It should not be sold. No one made the land. It was already there. And I think thinking about that is very important. But making everyone reflect about that is a huge challenge of our project. So how do we implement the CLT in Brazil? I'm going to speak briefly about this. And I invite everyone to visit our website to find out more. But the CLT in Brazil is focused on informal settlements. So favelas, occupations, but it can also be implemented in other types of housing projects, as long as it has the same ideology and the same vision of accessibility. There are stages of implementation of a CLT, which starts with community engagement, starts with residents hearing about the model, understanding it better, and opting to join or not. Then we have land regularization, the creation of a legal entity that's going to represent the community and will own the land. Later, the creation of a set of rules for the territory. These rules are decided by the community. And then finally, we have the separation between land ownership and property ownership, where each resident gets his individual title for his or her building. Now, it's important to understand the difference between the traditional property and the CLT property. And now I want to briefly talk about the project You watch the video, and it's a great summary of our story, but I want to talk about it in a more systematic way. So, at the end of August 2018, we brought our partners from Puerto Rico to come to Brazil to talk about their experiences with CLT. As Mario said, they're a community of 8,000 families in a central area of San Juan who were suffering with eviction threats from public authorities and the private market. And they were able to resist using the CLT. And so in 2018, they came to Brazil to share their experiences in this auditorium. We have some images of that event. Later, we created a working committee that divided itself in three fronts. The mobilization front, which works directly with communities. And today, we're working in 5 communities of Rio de Janeiro, which are shown on the map. I'm going to ask everyone who's from the communities to raise their hands. People of Trapicheiros, please raise your hand. Terra Prometida, please raise your hand. We have only a couple representatives. Anna's the one who's making breakfast and lunch. Conjunto Esperanza, please raise your hands. A pilot community since 2019, Shangri-La, are with us today. And Vila isn't represented today, unfortunately, but also works with us. Here are some photos of our activities. We always try to bring joy and fun to explain CLT. We're always together with residents, supporting local initiatives. And so the mobilization group devotes itself to that. We also have a group devoted to legislation. And what they do is propose laws pertaining to CLT. We don't need new laws to implement CLT in Brazil. And that's a victory for us because many countries that went through this process had to do that, but in Brazil, that's not the case in Brazil. Whoever has dealt with a notary public here in Brazil knows that the answer is always no for everything. And if it's not written in law, it's a definite no. And so we thought it would be useful to propose laws, propose bills. And so we have a process of political advocacy to get these laws approved. Right now, we're participating in the revision of the master plan of Rio, which is in the process of getting approved. We have in São João de Meriti the master plan that was approved. You saw that in the video. And we also have a promotion front. So what this group does is spread the word about the CLT to other parts of Brazil, because of course Rio is not the only place that with a housing crisis. There are many other cities in situations that are even worse than ours. And so promotion includes academic production, so the writing of academic articles about the model, technical assistance to groups that are interested in implementing the CLT, holding workshops online so that people can listen to these experiences and understand how they work, and political advocacy. We talk to those in charge. Yes, it's important to talk to those in charge. This was mentioned in the post. The CLT is something that communities can implement themselves. You don't need anyone's permission to do that. You don't need government permission. But of course, if you can talk to the people in charge and show the benefits of this model, that of course opens doors. And so communities can implement CLTs, but they can also rely on those who are in charge to make the journey easier. Here are maps you saw in the video. We were included in the platform for the struggle for housing. We participated in international events. We have on our website our annual reports. Some of you got the print version of our annual report, and it's very interesting. I again want to invite you to check out our website so you can follow the growth of our project and see how many people we're reaching, how many communities we work with, the number of academic articles written about us. And so this has permeated our path in the past 5 years. And so now I'm going to invite our guest speakers, Mario, Barbara, Ashley, and Razia. Please return to the stage, and we're going to do a Q&A session. And after the Q&A session, we are going to have lunch. All of you are invited to have lunch with us. This will be a lunch cooked by those from Villa Misericordia, one of our pilot communities, and it will be a pleasure to have you with us in this moment as well. So let's move forward. Acho que é bom momento.
Obrigada. Oi. Alô. Tá. Oi. Boa tarde. Só mais pertinho. Posso falar já? Pode. Oi, boa tarde. Primeiro queria dar os parabéns à organização desse evento e todo o progresso.
First, I want to congratulate you on your progress in the last 5 years. I have a question for Tarsila about Brazil and Rio de Janeiro, and a suggestion. If the CLT included the possibility of mixed use, in other words, shops and houses, how is it that the parallel power, the armed groups, control territories? Because they're interested in business. And we see in the west, the east of Rio, the issue not only of crime, illicit, but also market, which sometimes creates a situation of malnourishment because there are supermarkets that are inaccessible, or they only sell fast food. And so it would be interesting to include plots of land for businesses, both for protection against predatory commerce, but also to generate employment.
Mais perguntas, gente?
Do you have any questions?
Aqui. Bom dia.
I'd like to understand Mario better, from Mario better, what these 25% on the value of the land, I didn't understand exactly what that means, what that represents. And another question, a general one, is pertaining to your experiences with CLT where there was an agreement on how to veto if collectively a sale can be vetoed. Is there a collective mechanism to prevent a sale from going forward? Good afternoon. My name is Telma. I'm the director of the women's group of Vittoria Regia. And I'm very interested in what's been debated here today. I want to ask you, Tarsila, if with the implementation of the CLT, if tax is still charged upon the land. Because we imagine that we are the owners of the land we buy and the houses we build. Because everything you buy, you pay tax on. So if you buy a brick, you pay tax on that. You buy the plot of land, you pay tax. You buy the material to build your home, you pay tax. You have your house and you pay an extremely high tax on that. So what I'd like to know is with the implementation of the CLT, if high taxes are still charged on that. Good morning, I'm Rafael from the Responsa Institute in the community of Carasani, central area of Rio. I have a question. If I have a house in a community and we have the CLT, do we ensure permanence? Do we ensure tenure on that for other generations? Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to know from Tarsila, please, what is the document that we as Brazilians can have to secure tenure on the land or on the house? We had 5 questions. We are going to answer them all, and after lunch, we will also have time for questions.
Buenas tardes. A la pregunta.
Good afternoon. Well, about the question about the 25% of the land, when we implemented the CLT, one of the things that were considered is the possibility that any and every family that belongs to the CLT and wants to sell their property, they have to do that according to the CLT structure in a way that represents something to the families that live there or the families that will live there. When you sell that structure, you have to think about also the market, but that's why we attribute 25% of the land, so that in that way, when the family is going to sell it, they don't get something less that they deserve, even though they don't own the land because it's a possession of all the community. But we understand that those 25% that is already established under our regulations are considered when you are going to sell your household. If someone can't buy it, someone from the outside can do so in the same conditions.
Question about the taxes.
Yeah, they have asked also if in the Houston CLT, if you have some mechanism to
Okay, yeah, that was one. So yes, there are parameters regarding sales on a home. If there is a sale outside of the predetermined parameters, such as the sale has to be at a restricted price, the sale has to go to somebody under a certain income level. If there is a reason in which we have to sell, we have to take that to either the board or the CLT membership. So for instance, if, let's say, there was a home in an area that we found that became a flood zone. So we flood a lot in Houston. So if we wanted to sell that home so that it's no longer a part of the CLT because it's in a flood zone and could be harmful to residents, but there are people who want to build and developers who want to build in flood zones, and they'll find ways to protect it, and it'll cost more. We could vote as a membership, or the board could bring that to a vote, to sell that home to a developer at market rate, and then that money would go into reinvesting into another affordable home. So yes, there are ways to sell, but there are restrictions. So yes, a sale could be blocked. So let's say we just wanted to sell a home just to make money. Somebody is leaving, they want to move because they've gotten a new job, and if I was no longer the executive director and the new executive director wanted to just sell because they wanted to make money for the organization, that would have to be taken to a vote and more than likely will be blocked because it does not fall within the parameters of the CLT's resale policies. So it allows for flexibility if needed, but there are mechanisms in place so that people, whoever the leadership is or anybody else or the organization itself just can't go and sell and make a bunch of money off of subsidized properties and land.
So in our CLT model, the house prices are determined by the median income of the people in the area. So if somebody wants to go on to sell a property, the house price is determined by those very same parameters. So although it's likely, and we have had people make a small profit, if for whatever reason there's a large economic downturn and salaries reduce, so will the house price, because it is still directly linked with affordability. Now, we haven't built any houses yet, and the legislation between houses and apartments are quite different in the UK. So generally you have a head lease which owns the land, the hard land that the properties are built on. So that's the head lease, that's called the freehold. And then the apartments that are built on top are the leases. So you purchase your lease, and each month or each year you pay something called a ground rent. Now the head lease is owned by London CLT, on all of London CLT units. With homes, it's slightly different. We haven't built any just yet, but the model will have to be different. Now, it's secure in the sense that as long as London CLT exists, or an organization to replace that exists, that land is secure. It's been given to London CLT for the purposes of affordable homes. And the contracts which are signed when we secure that land are almost watertight. So they can't even be reused for an alternative use unless there's some change in law that allows us to make that change. So I think that pretty much answers it.
Bom,
Well, in the case of Brazil, even though we're talking about the potentialities of the CLT admits its uses, but encourages it, actually. So the income generation, like you building your own income, that's all included in our CLT, the mixed use, because we believe in the individual freedom, because we know that when we're talking about informal settlements, those people maybe sell something or do a certain service. So we guarantee this mixed use. When we're talking about the taxes in general, the CLT in informal settlements are already exempt from the taxes. But the CLT in international experiences is different because the Brazilian CLT is going to ensure reduction of the taxes. So in Brazil, we think that it's possible to make the taxes go away and exemption. So that's why we think the CLT has a public interest, and we can think about special taxes for those people who live there, and we already have that for some services. So the CLT can empower the communities so they can have their life costs reduced. Related to the other two questions, I'm going to try to wrap it up of the perpetuity of the house. So let's talk about how does this work here in Brazil. The community gets the legal parts of the documents, and the person gets the right to be there. So in this jurisdiction, you have the same power and hierarchy, and each house owner has a surface right deed, and the community has the right deed for the property. In relation to the perpetuity, this right deed can be given to your children. You can give it to someone, you can sell it, you can make it an inheritance. So that house will be formally given to their children, grandchildren, all according to the law. So this is an important part of the CLT. It's not supposed to be necessarily for that resident association that is going to forever live there. It's not like that. The residents are protected because many times we see formal arrangements that expel those residents in order they don't get their rights met. Because sometimes you think that is a good arrangement, but at the end of the day, it isn't. So the CLT is going to guarantee your document, but in an arrangement that is guarantee the rights of those residents, guaranteeing they will have a better life and better arrangements. So one more question. One more Q&A. Good afternoon. I am Ricardo. I am a president of a residential association, and we have a serious problems with the house owning, and I came here a few times, and I would like to know what is the relation with the CLT and the Public Defense Office, so they can solve our problems in order to improve our life in those communities. But how can that be done if the CLT is working side by side with the government that doesn't attend our meets? Good afternoon, I am Reinaldo Mario. When you created those projects of the CLT, your communities, what was the situation of your communities in the moment that you developed the CLT? And I ask this for the American one and the one in the UK. I live here in downtown Rio. We have the city hall nearby, and we have many households that are getting in worse conditions. Where I live, there is flooding in the land, and I always ask the state to go there, and they are not going there to check what's happening. And I would like for you to help us, because I'm a social educator and I visit communities and many favelas, and I see hundreds of people that don't have access to water. Please help us. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Carla Parecida. I am Vice President of the community. And as I told in another reunion before, our favela, Kelson, has many people that are vulnerable. And I'm only hearing from the CLT now. Never heard of it before. Because there was a part of the favela that was incendiated, that caught on fire. And we want to use our land in a diverse possession. And how does the CLT work with us? How do I get my favela, Kelson, to establish the CLT? And why do you need one person to be responsible for the household, their name in the documentation?
Gente,
Guys, we only have time for one more question. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Horema. I'm from Rio de Janeiro, and I'd like to ask two brief questions. First, to those on stage, whether or not there in your countries you have an issue that we have in Brazil, which is the issue of empty households. The second question is how, and my question is directed at Mario, how do you engage your community? Because in Brazil, and especially in Rio, engaging residents is very hard. So what strategies do you use? How do you mobilize people? Thank you. So it was necessary to draft a plan of development, not just for dredging, but for the infrastructure, housing, addressing environmental problems surrounding that body of water in a harmonious relationship with the community. We, our plan considers the development of sanitation projects so that the problem of floods can be controlled adequately. I imagine that Tarsila is also going to reply around these lines. But when the dredging project came to our community, we realized that it was much more than that. It was a integral development plan. And we realized that there were families with individual titles, families living in cooperatives, and other families still who were not regularized. And that is where the right of deeds comes about. And about Jurema's question, in my community, there are empty housing units, and what the CLT does is it enables us to acquire these houses every time that they have the capacity to be adapted so that families can live in them. And so those properties that cannot be recovered, we demolish them and we build new households there so that we can meet the needs, the housing needs of the community. The citizenship participatory activities are very complex. We have a lot of elderly citizens. They don't necessarily participate in meetings, but we go to them. We visit them. We go to the individual homes. We also have a newspaper where we talk about the project. We're transparent about the details and what they can expect. And so this accountability and this transparency is something we take seriously. But we also have a culture of looking into the future, looking ahead. And so we include all generations in that future. In the case of Martins Peña, we have a group of young leaders who participate, who lead community activities, looking into the future. It's this generation that's going to take over. So these strategies seek to integrate everyone. We previously spoke about race, ethnicity. 25% of the population is from the Dominican Republic. They are a part of our community council. They take part in the decision-making process. And within this population, we have renters, we have property owners, and they participate in community life and contribute to the community. And so it's crucial to integrate this part of the population. We must be inclusive towards them.
Here. So one of the first questions that Mr. Ricardo, you asked kind of what was the situation of the community when we developed. Well, in Houston, we were coming off of a major natural disaster, Hurricane Harvey. We had lost significant housing. And then we were facing the rising housing cost as well, kind of simultaneously. This is why affordability left Houston very quickly. When I first moved there in 2018, again, it was seen as fairly affordable. If you worked a full-time job, you probably could find an apartment or buy a home. And that went away very quickly. On top of a hurricane and just people moving there, we then went into the pandemic. So our housing market shifted very, very quickly. So that was, luckily the conversation about a community land trust was already in the works. The hope was that it would be a preventive measure, but in actuality ended up being reactive because things changed very, very quickly, which is why we had to kind of grow our CLT very fast because we couldn't catch up in some neighborhoods. When it comes to empty housing, unfortunately, we have a lot of empty housing in Houston, but more so empty lots where we could actually build. Unfortunately, because the people who own those empty lots are looking for a big profit, they will hold that land. Our city government will not be a little bit more innovative in how they build. And so if it's a small lot that you could put a smaller home on or a different type of housing, they'll just say, oh, well, we can't use it because we can't put a standard size home on it. That's not effective because we could create more housing if we would just think outside the box a little bit. So we're working very hard as a housing community. So we're talking about advocates, housing organizations, lenders, realtors, all coming together to try to get the powers that be to understand we can utilize what we have. We have a lot of resources, such as empty buildings that could be renovated and rehabbed using dollars, and empty lots, if we could put smaller housing on them to really address the problem of affordability. So that kind of relates to the question of how can you work with city government when they're causing the problem. I will say, as a CLT that is primarily funded by the city government, they are a problem. And my answer to that is working with them, you have to be very, very intentional in what you're asking them to do in the role they are serving. We have now taken it where we want them to just be a funder. We can give you what you need, which is positive PR and the numbers you want to address the housing issue because they understand that is a problem. What we found is when they incorporate their thoughts and beliefs and their systems that have failed us, it doesn't work. In our next session, when we talk about organizing, we had funding taken away, a substantial amount of funding taken away because the city got in its own way. They gave us a lot of money, they messed some things up, and then they took it back. They now regret that because we were actually getting people in affordable homes and they realized the methods that they had used prior did not work. And they tried to keep using that same method of giving money to developers. And what resulted was housing that was too expensive for anybody to afford. So our kind of conversations was, if you allow us to do what we do best, which is actually engage community, actually address their needs, and you just fund it, you can take all the credit you want because you have to stroke their egos. Everybody knows politicians like that. And so learning to give them what they ask for, but also putting some very clear boundaries on what role they serve. And again, what I would suggest, if you can, and it's hard to do this because they kind of had to fall on their face a little bit before we could even get this to happen, is to allow them to be a funder, allow them to count your success as their success. And then we were able to really just move a lot faster and address the problem a lot quicker and address it in more innovative ways that the city had not done before. So it is very hard to work with government because governments are large systems that are hard to change quickly and to think differently. So even we're still fighting to get the city, even though they've given us money, to get the mayor, who was about to leave, fully on board with the CLT model. Because when we started the CLT, the housing director that he appointed, this was kind of something that he was championing on behalf of the city. He was fired, and it was very public. So when he left, kind of the support of the CLT left. And so you also have to be mindful when you're working with government that it comes in waves depending on who is in power at the time. So sometimes they'll be your biggest cheerleader, and sometimes they will be your biggest barrier. And so just learning how to ride the wave, maintain those relationships, and then establish what you want and what you need to be successful in creating partnerships that work in there. Again, it's not easy, and it has taken us years to be able to really establish that. And we still have a new hurdle to address because we're getting ready to get a new mayor in January. And we don't know who that's going to be. We don't know what position they're going to take on affordable housing or if they're even going to care about it. However, the good thing is we've already established enough relationships and power amongst our CLT homeowners, amongst the community at large, people who have an invested interest in housing. So now when we go to talk to the mayor, it's not just us as a CLT talking, it's everybody who's a partner and a member of the CLT organization. And that means businesses as well, because there's a bottom line there that they care about. So bringing everybody together is going to give us a little bit of leverage when we go in and say, hey, we've been successful, you can see by the numbers, but also look at all these people that are standing with us. And so that's why the organizing is so important, because as the government shifts, the power and the support of the community does not. And that's what you have to leverage against, or leverage when trying to work with city government.
In the UK, well, in London specifically, it's slightly different. We're almost at the mercy of different politicians. So the mayor has a plan, something called a local plan for London, as to how he thinks housing should look like. Then we have the 34 boroughs that make up London with their own plans on what each borough should look like. So whilst we may get some funding, some grant funding from the mayor's office and very vocal support, when it comes down to the local level, when we're requesting for planning applications, it's a whole different story. Now, whilst the local planning department is there to ensure that the borough is built in a way that serves the community and doesn't cause traffic problems or doesn't cause overcrowded building conditions, they have an incredible amount of control as to what is built. So we have a precarious relationship. We try and make a positive relationship with our local authorities, but quite often, if it's not what they want, then they do make your lives difficult. So with one of our projects, it's on the brink of being pulled, purely because our local planning department doesn't think we should be building there. They understand that there's a housing need, and we've had 30 years of social housing being sold to private development, and no replacements being made. We have a borough that is 56% in the ethnic minority. That's a very disproportionate number. We have about 53% of children who enter into the primary school level with English as an additional language, or they can't speak any English at all. So it's quite a large amount of ethnic minority children that are coming through. In terms of the planning permission, on our site, which we requested for planning permission, we wanted mixed dwellings that included units for elderly people and mobility issues to family units with 3 bedrooms. But we were told our planning request would be rejected because they didn't think there was a need for family homes in our borough. But I work in a local school, I live in the local community, and I know families can no longer afford to live there, so they're having to move out. So when they move out, the local authority then uses this as an excuse to say, families are moving out, they don't want to live here, we're not going to build any more family homes. So it's kind of like a chicken and egg situation. Then we have the increased gentrification of where we are living. It used to be an incredibly undesirable area to live in. It saw riots in the 80s because you had first generation migrant children that were over policed, incarcerated at disproportionate rates, which led, and also taxes from the central government on individuals in a house that was unaffordable, led to riots. And since then, we've seen an improvement in the area through local people who was wanting to improve the areas that they live in. But then what's happened is because it's become trendy, there's cultural appropriation. one of the largest communities there from the Caribbean communities. So their culture has been taken, their music, their food. But it's got very wealthy residents now walking in, increasing the rent rates, not wanting to live near people who have historically lived there. So when you've got housing estates that the local authority has built that might have some crime, poverty comes with crime. Poverty and crime come hand in hand. Once you deal with the root causes of poverty and you allow people the space to grow, those issues naturally disappear. But we had a situation where very successfully, but through a lot of hardship, one of our local groups refused to leave their building. It was set for demolition. And the way our water system works is controlled by private companies now. But suddenly this building lost their water supply. And no matter whether you pay for water or not, because it's deemed a basic right, you have 4 hours, each company has 4 hours before water has to be turned on. So as a local community group, we suspect that the water was turned off deliberately to make these people's lives so difficult that they have to move out. Because the way things happen in the UK is much more subtle. You know it, it's there, but you can't quite put your finger on it. So the relationship is quite difficult. But we are at their mercy because the way the regulation works there, they have all the power and they have all the control. So you have to go over and above what we need to do in order to convince them that this is the right model. There are small wins, we would like larger wins, but there's a lot of work to do there. It comes down to the politicians not being understanding of what their community needs. We have a large ethnic minority community that is ruled essentially by your middle classes and your upper classes who are there for whatever reason, but often it seems not for the needs of the community. In terms of empty homes, we have a vast number of empty homes. We also have foreign investors who buy homes just to invest and they don't live there. And I think something like 60% of London is owned by foreign investment. So the question then comes, who is London actually for? So there is legislation to then bring those empty homes into public domain, but the legislation is so complicated, there's so much red tape and so much bureaucracy, you might as well find a piece of land somewhere else. That's the way it's designed. We did have a scandal a while back where I live, where local authority homes, publicly owned homes, the local authority couldn't manage for whatever reason, gave it to private landlords. Private landlords were charging market rates for houses that, by rights, the condition was so poor, should have been demolished. But as soon as this came to public attention, it was public campaigning that saw those units come back into public control, but soon after sort of sold. So we do have a difficult relationship because of just how much power that the various entities hold, and it's not in one place. It's separated between the mayor's office and the local authority. And depending on which party is in national power versus which party has the mayor versus which party is on a local level, it can become very, very complicated.
Well, guys, about the questions about Brazil, I'm going to try to be brief. I don't know about you, but I'm really hungry. And we had to take a photo at the end. So, about the LCT and the state. So, we have the land regulation, and this process happens through the state. Nowadays it's a little bit better, but we have to have some kind of agreement with the state. This is necessary. But once the CLT is formed, the state only participates if the community wants to. You can only join the CLT whoever the residents elected. So if you have someone from the state, the residents will have to vote for them. So that's the relation with the CLT and the state. So some of you asked about the public defendants. Some of the public defendants approved our project and were by our sides from the beginning. When we talk about the jurisdiction, of course, the law can be used according to the residents' wishes, but in the case of the adverse possession, of course, we have a legislation for that, and the CLT is according to that. But when you are entitled with the adverse possession, we can put that possession under the juridical person, juridical entity. So the whole community will have an association representing them and owning that land in the name of the whole community. And the community is going to be part of that entity. Relating to the access to water and other services that are public, we know that some of the services providers are not public, they are from the private offices, and we know how hard it is to get access to those services. And in the CLT model, we can treat by improving the participation of the community. When you have the papers on the house, you of course have a way of assuring things. Instead of one person demanding some changes, the whole community is demanding them. So that empowers the fight. So guys, I think we have to have lunch now. Everyone is invited to have lunch, but I will ask you all to come here so we can take a picture of all of you who are here in the morning with us. And well, we'll be back at 2 p.m. so we can have another round table so we can understand how the community can mobilize and get what they need. So please come here so we can take our picture.
Vem, pessoal, vem rapidinho para a gente poder...
Guys, please come here so we can take a picture.
Vem, gente, vem todo mundo. Pra cá, pra...
Come on, guys.
A gente vai retomar as atividades agora à tarde com um vídeo. Vocês viram mais cedo um vídeo um pouco resumindo a trajetória do projeto ao longo desses 5 anos. E agora vocês vão ouvir um pouco de quem está nessa caminhada junto com a gente em todo esse período, né? Vamos ver um videozinho com depoimentos, tanto dos nossos membros do grupo de trabalho, aliados técnicos, quanto também com moradores das nossas comunidades piloto sobre o trabalho do projeto nos últimos 5 anos, tá bom? Vou pedir, por favor, para todo mundo fazer silêncio, para a gente poder escutar o vídeo aqui no sistema de som. Quem eventualmente ainda quiser conversar alguma coisa, eu peço para fazer isso aqui do lado de fora do salão, tá bom? Obrigada.
Essa discussão que a gente está fazendo agora com
This discussion that we're doing now about the CLT and the council, the constituency, it strengthens us. It's great to talk about what is ours, to talk amongst ourselves. I think that's so important. It's an important moment for Shangri-La to discuss the land, to discuss that collectively, to not have a president, to not have someone in charge. We do self-governance. We have been struggling and living on this land for a long time without any documentation. And so with the CLT as an instrument, we understand that it is possible to regularize this land and to register the fact that this land belongs to the collective. So this is something that we're working on. Previously, we did not have this possibility, and now we are working together with CLT to do the land regularization. The CLT is very important for access to housing. Now we've resumed the project, and the CLT has become extremely important because it's a model of housing, of individual housing, democratic, and in the peripheries of Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, the CLT is super important. It is a model of collective housing and community housing. It is one more instrument that we residents of the peripheries have Hi everyone, my name is Maria de Peña. I'm a resident of one of the pilot communities for 28 years. I discovered the CLT in 2018. I liked it very much. The project came to my community and it's currently in progress. The CLT is an important tool for strengthening the struggle of the communities and favelas that want to stay where they are. In other words, it works in a collective ways, incentivizing us residents to seek improvements for the communities and to be protagonists of our own stories. In 2019, I had the opportunity to visit some communities in person in New York that had great results with the CLT. This was a very memorable opportunity for me. Congratulations on the 5th anniversary of the CLT. Communities in Rio, in Brazil, are in public land. Therefore, we are always at the hands of the state. The state thinks it can do what it wants and that it can displace people to benefit private entities. But the CLT, it's about the collective. Individual residents retain ownership of their houses, of their yards, but the land stays collective. So individual residents can rent their homes, They can rent their houses. However, the land which was public before, which previously belonged to the state, becomes a property of the community. And with that, it is taken off the market. It ceases to be a target of real estate speculation. The most important moment for me was when the CLT made sense for us. We've realized how fundamental it is to develop this model in Brazil, because this experience has already been successful in other countries. So from the moment when the land becomes ours, we can decide what to do with it, what partnerships we're going to seek. We become the protagonists of this story, of these projects. Hello, my name is Wilson. I'm a resident of a community in São Paulo. I've been living here for 20 years. I discovered the CLT in 2022, and I believe that despite being a new project in Brazil, it's only 5 years old in Brazil, I've only discovered it now, I believe that it will bring great impact to our country. I am a member of an organization that is fighting for adequate housing, and that's how I discovered the CLT. It is a project that separates buildings from the land, and this enables us to reach multiple families in our country. The CLT will revolutionize the housing policies, and soon many municipalities will understand the power of this instrument, how it can transform communities of all sizes, and the relevance of the CLT and its application. And I hope that it gets implemented everywhere, because the population is so vulnerable. It is a great satisfaction. I'd like to congratulate you for your 5th year anniversary, 5 years of CLT, a very important project for the favelas, for the informal settlements. CLT, Community Land Trust. The importance of CLT for favelas and settlements is huge, because the CLT combines land ownership and the individual right to housing. So the project, the CLT project, for me, it has a huge importance for families. My name is Neide. I live in Conjunto Esperança, in a self-governed community, in a plot of land donated by the City Hall with support from the federal government. We discovered the CLT, the project, 3 years ago, when the foundation that manages us recommended it as an alternative for stewardship of the land. We discussed collective ownership of the land, which already happens in other countries, and that's what CLT enables. A way to guarantee adequate housing with protection. This was a differential for me because at first I didn't want to lose my house, and I didn't want resident engagement to decrease. And actually, there has been a combination of all these things. We've been doing activities and workshops monthly. The reorganization, the income generation, well-being, anything that can benefit residents, because what matters the most is for residents to have a good life. I hope CLT is here to stay and is successful in Brazil just like it is elsewhere. Hello? I was invited to participate in a meeting where I was introduced to the CLT project implemented in Puerto Rico. After that, I began to participate in plenary sessions and meetings of the project and realized that the CLT was a project that would meet the goal, the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, which addresses adequate housing and secure housing. The CLT enables the acquisition of housing by people and communities in state of vulnerability. It also contributes with the protection of communities, protecting communities from real estate speculation. The CLT project also enables communities and community members, to gain access to housing and maintain their activities and their goals. With a structure that is aligned to SDG number 11. Currently, I'm a part of the working committee of CLT multipliers, and I have been spreading the knowledge about this project to several people, leaders, and communities. My field, which is urban planning, is full of limitations because it has to conform to a capitalist system based on inequality, and the formal paths have inherent limitations. The CLT, as a territorial mechanism, a project that is centered around community organization, it aligns with formal structures. It depends on formal urban development, but it is an instrument that has the protagonism of communities at its forefront. And so people who live in peripheries and who either lack or have precarious access to rights, CLT enables them to become protagonists of their own destinies and fight the fight. And so it is a joy to be part of this group. Thank you.
Bom, pessoal, então aqui alguns depoimentos do nosso grupo de trabalho, de algumas lideranças de comunidades piloto que vêm acompanhando aí nossa trajetória. E com essa introdução, todo mundo já chegou, já terminou o momento do almoço. Vamos começar o nosso segundo momento de diálogo aqui. Eu quero novamente chamar à mesa Mário e Bárbara, do Fideicomisso de la Tierra, Canho Martim Penha, Ashley, do TTC de Houston, Rásia, do TTC de Londres, e vou acrescentar esse timaço que está aqui com a gente, a Jurema, né, que é coordenadora da UMP e moradora de Xangri-Lá. A Jurema já deu um grande spoiler do que a gente vai conversar aqui.
Jurema gave us a spoiler. This second roundtable is focused on community mobilization, potentials and challenges, and mobilization. I would like to invite our speakers to join us. How can CLT improve community mobilization? What were the main challenges and what strategies have been used to overcome it? What are the main strategies to engage community just so that each one of these experiences that were brought here in CLT, and how do residents participate in community and in the land? I'm pretty sure that this debate will be awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jurema. I am a black woman. I'm wearing jeans pants, black shoes, yellow t-shirt reading Union, 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 just so that I can identify for those who possibly cannot see us, just so that you can make part of it. As I've mentioned, I'm Jurema, coordinator of a community cooperative. I would like to request Philip's help. May I sit in here? I'll get it started. Firstly, saying thank you to the whole team, CLT, that it's really helpful that Shangri-La is here to gather us during this activity. Union is, well, I won't be reading. How long do I have? 15 minutes? I do need 45. Let us move on. I will skip this part. I'll skip UMP presentation. But I would like to say that popular housing is present in 17 federation states. Union is stronger in São Paulo City. As for others, are joining it just so that we can advance in public policies in Brazil. It is placed in 17 states. Here in the United States, it has over 20 years. We've just had a meeting in Maranhão City where we had a national plenary in which 3 other states are gathering us. Because there is a whole process. It's just like a relationship. It's a slow one, but it's worth an investing. Even though it's tough, it's very good, just so that we can understand each other better. We also defensor of collective community and self-management. This is the first project. It's an honor to talk about it because I'm part of it. I live in this community, which is known as Shangri-La. It's the first popular habitat housing in Rio de Janeiro, and it's a brand new process because as soon as we discover CLT and been part of it, we also looked for further information regarding Community Land Trust because we had a legal guarantee. However, we noticed that that was the opposite. We had to be formalized, and we've been through this process for around 1.5 years. That's why I have asked the question for our Puerto Rico's partners on how it all worked, and we know we get to understand that it's something that takes time. It's not overnight, but it's worth investing. Currently, we are incorporated with 29 families. Bento Rubio Foundation, that was first established in 96. We had resources, and it's a joint effort work. So it's a different type of joint effort. It's not a party like joint effort. So we were based in Uruguay's joint effort. There are hours that will be worked, and this will be included in the house value. Shangri-La process started with a community inside of favela back in the 40s. There used to be a light contribution. I'm not sure if you're all the same age as I am, but the electricity bill. So there was something that was created in the Rio de Janeiro from a ESERS entity that which used to gather fundraising for the community. So back then, 16 families were living there, in which 9 were unemployed. So some of those families were hired, including me. And we invested and worked with, in order to, with lab, just so that we could start housing. Because we used to have a joint effort, but no funds. So we understood that housing was important in that area. However, we were also aware that we lack finances. So we thought about going to church and ask donations. Then we were offered the first raffle just so that we could like fundraise. And this first raffle, the winner gave the duck the prize back. So for the second raffle, the person who got the prize, which was a duck, didn't want to give it back. They ate it. So you notice that in this presentation there will be many women, as 80% of the labor was done by women. Single mothers, elderly lady who no longer had their children to look after them, and that's how we contributed, just so that those women would have housing. This is Shangri-La. These are the shekels that you can see. That was the best one. So these shacks was one of the best ones. And the last one that was destroyed. Then houses started being built in with those tiles you've seen previously. This is the construction almost at its final stage. Next. This is Shangri-La's corporation. And this is another corporation with 20 houses. It's known as Herbert de Souza. Citizenship. It happened with the citizenship activity. So it's the second one in Jacarepaguá. There are 20 units. That was also helped by Bento Rubio's association, because back then it didn't used to exist, and even to these days there is a struggle to help those in need. So it happened from 99 until 2000. All of that was done with joint effort. with a huge amount of women. The first one was made out of wood, and this one out of iron, as the resident choose which one is better for them. But they decided to use iron, even though it gets rusty a year later. So everything is done jointly with the families, making sure we know what they want. And this is an emblematic land. It used to be bigger, where the owner sold one side as well as the other one, and then there was nothing but a narrow space in the middle. So this is from the land, especially from the west side. Really? Am I done with my first 5 minutes? So we were able to fit another 20 minutes, 48 square meters houses. This is Esperanza Group. As you can tell, it's a slightly different, but it was a challenging process. It's the only My House, My Life, a Brazilian housing program. So there was another one that was worked nearby here. That was a challenge because it was in a tough land. But because we are poor, but we are clean. So we wanted that. We are clean and we built 70 houses within this Brazilian program, My House, My Life. Have you guys ever heard of lonely building? Lonely. Not lonely, it's solidarity. But we say lonely because it was the only one. So there was this joke. But this solidarity project helped us to sign a contract and migrate to the other program. So this is Esperanza project. This is the organization. I think it was shown in the video. 80% of the working contribution, the labor, was from women, as well as this land. As you can see, it's a difficult process. So working with management was difficult because we struggle with architecture, because architectures is the one who draws it, but we've got our voice, so we gotta tell them, although you draw that, we want something else. This is native, much younger. There's a group of women who are currently here. So there are women working together, and that's another project. So we call that Ipariba Cooperative. Back then, we planned to have 37 houses. So you will always see Rubio's Foundation, that it used to be the only one who would help us. Technical. So it's not assistance, because I believe that assistance for those who fix our refrigerator.
Que faz assessoria lá.
This is not an easy place. It's far away. Access is difficult, but we accept the challenge. We're, at the moment, trying to take equipment to them. Here, you see photos of women working. This is another project. It's been around for 7 years. It's part of My House, My Life. And it's a very challenging situation over there. Here, Gamboa, this is a project close to the city of Samba. And this is where we are. Currently, the union is not supporting the project anymore. But as you can see, you have 116 families, you have this other entity providing technical consultancy. But this used to be a project of ours. This is what we envisioned for it. Here are group projects where we don't impose anything. And on the last photo, you see what we call a web, where we weave these threads and someone has to untangle. So this is a way to show how some of our challenges are complicated. This is the Vito Giannati occupation. It is a building that belongs to the Social Security Institute of Brazil. So you see several flags here. There are 28 families that live there. And we have just found out that this building, which used to belong to the Social Security Institute, then belonged to Fiocruz, now has a third owner. I will conclude here, but I will be back.
Saludos, buenas tardes. Bárbara nuevamente, del Caño Martín Peña en San Juan de Puerto Rico.
Good afternoon. We are going to speak about the role of community, the importance of community in the CLT, which originally, when it was created in the communities, was a government project. In Caño Martín's Peña, and arrived with communities already organized. And so there was an adaptation process because the original project of displacement had to be resignified. We had community struggles, and people got organized, they had assemblies. And after this process, the CLT was created. As the community wanted to avoid being displaced. So to be a part of the CLT, to be a member, to have dignity, humbleness, to be a family in struggle, committed to the development of our communities. We are happy remaining in our land where we have always lived and where we will continue to live. And we can motivate other communities to become a part of our struggle, to join us. We saw other examples. Ours is a reference. Our Puerto Rico story is a reference. In this photo, we can see a celebration of CLT members. There are over 200 of us. 151 deeds. And this isn't just for individuals. And we had several agreements for the use of empty plots where we were able to build housing. We made it possible for residents to make use of these plots of land temporarily. Here we have one of the community meetings. related to the project, how it would be, the master plan of infrastructure and development, because the community has always been actively engaged in this process. No decision is made without community input. Here is one more decision-making process. You see people here discussing surface rights deeds, talking about the use of empty plots of land. And here we agreed on the temporary use of these locations. Here we have initiatives of education, which are an opportunity to update the community and educate them to defend what is ours. And the youth is always a part of these initiatives, because, and including with community volunteer work, because a lot of the residents are elderly. And here we have community outreach, where young people can express themselves. We have done several activities and protests and art. There's art all across the communities, a number of artistic projects pertaining to housing rights. And everything that's done in the community needs to be decided collectively. We also engage in social activism. We have had to request the government for services. For example, we were without electricity for 2 weeks after a natural disaster, and we had no choice but to go to the streets, to take to the streets and protest. And here we have young people in a sports project to prevent violence and create youth leadership. And so several young people from communities joined these groups and initiatives. Here's another group, youth group. In one of the G8 meetings, these are young people that are members of the organization, and they walk together and help one another to become leaders in their communities. And finally, we have the resilience centers created in government schools. The schools were closed and became a part of the community because they are located within the district in development. And these are centers that are utilized in the case of natural disasters and in other events. Here we have community solidarity. This is a community struggle. Here's an example. In this photo, we see a space for exchange. It's what we're doing here today. And it's a place where we share our stories and experiences so that everyone can learn from one another, enhance their knowledge, and discover tools for tenure. Here we have great news. We secured funding for Caño de Peña work because sometimes when government authorities change, funding ends, but that wasn't the case. First, we had the removal of vegetation from the river. We had the building of bridges. And soon we will have a third initiative, which is the dredging. And after that, we identified locations where new housing units will be built for those who have been displaced. Here's an example of one of these buildings. These are resilient housing units, sustainable housing units. They have water tanks. And are resistant to natural disasters. We have had an increase in membership of the CLT. And we received funding, as I mentioned. And we had recognition. Here, this plaque says, "My home is secure with CLT."
When I first heard Jurema talking about the technicals, I recall our beginnings. They wouldn't consider our experience, residents' experience, and that should not happen. Those who know the most, the possible solutions, are residents. Because professionals, they come and go. There are two leaders, community leaders. So I hope they can see how important their role is. Well, how does Fideicomiso contribute it? I believe that the more it develops, the better we'll be able to assist residents. One of the challenges, ongoing education. The more new people arrive, the more important it is for us to equip them. It is important to welcome them and also invite others, but we also must educate them, have community assemblies, meetings, present process. Sometimes it's impossible to bring a PowerPoint presentation in a certain community. However, we can bring posts in order to develop the sense of belonging. As they integrate this process, they develop this belonging sense. Thank you so much.
So I'll start by talking about the actions that happened before the CLT started, and then kind of what had happened kind of during our development, and then kind of where we are now. Since we are all over the city of Houston and not in one particular community, one of the big challenges is getting people engaged. And how do you engage community when there are so many of them, and they have different needs, and they are across a large city. Some homeowners are over an hour away from each other. So what does that look like? So in the very beginning of the CLT, as I mentioned before, there were communities that were aware that their neighborhoods would soon be prime real estate and they would ultimately be displaced. This is before Houston became unaffordable, but they knew because Houston was now investing more in its downtown area. Years ago, there was a downtown, there were high-rise buildings, a very centrally located work center, but that's not where people lived, it's not where people hung out, people weren't going there to eat dinner, you literally would come down there to go to work, you would leave. And then Houston was committed to making downtown more of a viable place to live, work, and play. And so the neighborhoods that were surrounding downtown then began to get worried. And so it was their organizing in small communities, and it wasn't a large group, but small community groups that were having these conversations. And I think that was one of the bigger challenges as well. There wasn't really a foundation for organizing in Houston. Houston is a pretty conservative, it's progressive in relation to Texas as a state, but for the most part, a bit of a conservative place. And so progressive movements are not something that people were really used to in Houston. And so how do you get large groups together to mobilize towards one goal was not something that a lot of people were aware of or even really knew how to do. And it wasn't something that was extremely popular. I moved to Houston from Chicago, Illinois, and in Chicago, Illinois is one of the birthplaces of community organizing. And so that's where I learned that's where I was trained as an organizer. So coming from a place where organizing is how you get everything done, or the only way you can get things done with a strong mayoral control, it was very different coming to Houston, where there is also very strong mayoral control, but the sense of organizing was not as ingrained, but the work was still being done. So I don't want to make it seem as though there was no work being done, but it was just very different in how people embrace the idea of progressive movements. And so the Community Land Trust, again, was able to convince city government to use that as a tool to address the affordable housing needs. And again, that was several neighborhoods coming to one particular person in the housing department who was desperate to try to find a actual long-term solution, because he realized that what was happening was not what was currently happening in the housing department for the city was not working when it came to affordability. So that's kind of how things, how the CLT was able to get started through small groups coming together and kind of saying the same thing and the same messaging to a government official. However, then once you get the money and the funding to start a CLT, trying to convince everybody else that this is a way to address affordability. And in a lot of CLTs, we kind of did it backwards. A lot of times you get people on board and then you go ask for the money. We actually were able to convince government to give the money, and then we had to convince people that this was the way to go outside of those who were already interested in a CLT model. And so we had to go very much grassroots, and through organizing, going out, we were in front of grocery stores in the community, handing out flyers and talking to people. We were handing out flyers. We have what's called multi-service centers, which are community centers in different areas of the city that people can go for events and to learn more about things that are happening in their community. So we would leave flyers there. We were door knocking, very traditional grassroots tactics to just talk to people and say, hey, this is what's happening in your community. We didn't come straight to them and say, do you want to buy a house through the CLT? But really letting them know that the CLT model was available in their community and they should come learn more about it, because this is what's happening. And they could see around them that the housing that was being developed was not for them. And they would see it coming, and they wouldn't even think about looking into purchasing or seeing if it was for rent or anything, because they knew if it was brand new in their community, it wasn't for them. And so we were there to say, no, but it is. It can be. This is an option for you when they see the houses going up. And so once we did kind of the grassroots and got people to even know that this was a possibility, we started holding what we call community information sessions in those communities. So we would go after we've passed out all the flyers and talk to people at the grocery store and door knocking. We had a community organizer who was actually also a business owner in the community. She had been there for years and knew everybody. She knew all the pastors at the churches, and she was able to go and bring people to these meetings, and that's where we kind of started having the conversations about community land trust and permanent affordability and why it would be beneficial to even to look at that model as a form of obtaining affordable housing. So that was kind of our next step, was going out and kind of using grassroots traditional community organizing methods, getting people in the room to then explain to them, there's this funding. Here's how you can benefit from said funding, and this is how you can protect and preserve your community. We made sure that we explained to them, while this was about maybe that one person being able to get housing, it was also about preserving the community, because they were very aware that family members of theirs had already been displaced. They had already seen the prices go up. They had already even thought about being forced to have to move because they could no longer afford their communities. So the issues that they saw were already there. So that's how we just connected what was happening to how the CLT could be a solution. And of course, people had questions and they were saying, oh, you don't own the land. I don't even want to hear about this anymore. But when we started talking to people and asking them, what do you want in regards to housing? Being able to resell it for a really high price was never at the top of people's answers. Once we started talking to them, they said, well, I want something I can afford. They said, I want a place for my kids to be able to play in the backyard. I want to host Christmas and Thanksgiving dinner. These are the things. I want a shorter commute to work. Those were the things that they were talking about. Nobody ever came and said, well, I want to be able to resell it and make a lot of money in 10 years. That wasn't the priority. I think people thought that's what you were supposed to do with your house, but when you really asked people what they wanted, having a stable, affordable, quality place to live for them and their family was always going to be a higher priority than just being able to make money off of it. So once people started realizing, oh, well, I can make this truly affordable, this is something that is attainable for me and my family, they were definitely more open. So then, once we got people involved, with learning more about the CLT, then they wanted to actually buy through the CLT. And so then once you saw a couple of people buying, then people in the neighborhood start asking. Then we saw people having their family members come in. We have quite a few relatives that have bought through the CLT. So we had a daughter, and then she told her mom, and her mom came and bought through the CLT. We've had sisters and cousins that are related, and they're saying, hey, there is a chance for us to stay in our community. There is a way for us to obtain housing. Now, I will say, we had this funding from the city, and we're organizing really played a major role in that. Was after the head of the housing department that was listening to the community and said, let's use the CLT, was fired under some very contentious situation between him and the mayor. The CLT was attached to him. He was the one that was pushing the CLT, so then the CLT became public enemy number one in the housing department. And they said, well, we're gonna go back, we wanna take some of your money back because y'all aren't moving fast enough. And y'all aren't putting people in homes fast enough. Even though we were moving, out of all the housing programs, we were actually moving the fastest. And so we had $28 million removed from our program. And we had to shut our application down with hardly any warning. Another way that we would reach out and do outreach is realtors. Because people were buying homes, we would do the same information session we did for for the community, we would do it for realtors. And so then they were really happy about that, because at that point, prices started to rise and they were having to turn people away. People would come in. We require a home buyer education course. You have to fix your credit, all of these things in preparation for home ownership. And people would do all of that and be so excited, and then go out into the market and realize they couldn't afford anything. And realtors were saying, okay, well, these are the two options that you have out of the whole entire city. And so through the CLT, they were realizing that, hey, now I can go back and help the people I was unable to help. So they also became our advocates. So all the people that were in homes, their relatives, the realtor community, These now were all of our advocates and our supporters. Then, because you have to take a home buyer education course, that happens through a lot of housing advocacy and housing counseling organizations. So then they became our advocates because they were sending homeowners or potential home buyers to our program. So now we have this big collective of people who were all working towards creating permanent affordability. So when the city decided to take our money, we showed up in droves. We had the highest attendance for a public comment on housing ever in the history of the city of Houston, because at that point we had built such a coalition of people invested in the CLT that, you know, people were ready to come out and fight on our behalf. Now, we still had our money reduced, but that then led to other people being invested in the CLT and seeing how fragile funding can be for a nonprofit organization, and that got more people involved and willing to stand up and fight and organize around the idea of affordable housing and start having the conversations about how we can start using the CLT throughout other housing models, such as with Habitat for Humanity, which is an international housing organization, and how they then were utilizing the CLT too. So for us, it was all about building that from the beginning, the middle, and then afterwards, which we call stewardship. So after you become a homeowner, we don't just lift our hands, you are continuously being engaged, because again, we're all across the city, so we have different, I don't know if my slides are up there, no? Okay. I was gonna show just a few slides of just some of the, it's fine, of the events that we have to keep the community engaged. So one, having workshops about property taxes and what that means, because some people don't understand how property taxes work, but if you do, then you'll go out and find ways to create policy with us when we're going to advocate to create better housing policy around taxes. Wills and estates and heirship. A lot of people, when we talk about title and families owning and not being able to keep their land because of issues with title. So we have workshops on that and how to understand why you should have things in place to be able to pass your home down to your heirs. And then we have just social events for people to come together and see how the CLT has grown from one family to now almost 200. So we have holiday parties, we do a family fun day in the spring, because that's our way of bringing people together. That's our way of bringing people together that live an hour away at some points. So those are some of the things that we do. World CLT Day, our first, which is around this time every year, and our first World CLT Day, that community organizer that helped us at the very beginning, we went back as a team, some of the homeowners, the staff, the board, we went to paint and do a gardening project at her business that was in the community to give back to her what she gave to us to help us start the CLT. We do use a tripartite board model, so we have homeowners on our board as well as community members. And then our stewardship, so the stewardship also works with the CLT fees, answering tax questions and things like that, maintenance, and making sure that you're able to maintain your home and have resources. So that engagement continues, and it's not just engagement, it's also support to make sure that the CLT community is feeling supported in their homes once they're there. So it's, again, kind of a circle, because then they become the advocates for the program, and then the program then develops to create more homeowners, and the cycle continues on as we continue to grow. So right now, we're a membership organization with almost 200 homeowners and a plethora of housing partners across the city, along with our realtor community. Lenders and banks are now part of our fight as well. So you can engage corporate people in your fight. I know they sometimes don't do the right thing and we get a little nervous, but now some of them have become our biggest advocates as well. So when you're thinking about engaging the community, also think about the people that are gonna help you in different facets of that: donors, philanthropists, lenders, housing organizations, and expand your CLT community as big as you can and in different industries, because that's what had helped us when it was time to fight for our funding. And now we have that major support. So the next administration is going to get a couple of more hundred people at City Hall during those public meetings to get some more funding in the next administration. Thank you.
Sorry about the delay. So in terms of challenges in our community, I think what's becoming quite apparent to me is as we adapt the CLT model to suit our different communities and the kind of legislation we have to accommodate for, the challenges then change. So for us in the UK, we have local authorities that have a budget to build homes. What that looks like over the years has changed. In recent years, I say recent years, over the last decade or last 15 years, there's been a shift away from social rents and more into home ownership, which I don't think accurately reflects what society at large in the UK needs. Because the majority of people are not earning enough to be able to save enough money to purchase a home. So they do require social rents. So then it falls on advocacy organizations to then build a case to convince politicians that we do need the funding to build homes, CLT homes. We have seen over the last 10 or 15 years increase in affordable homes, which are not affordable because they are at 80% of market value. Again, there's not enough, people are not earning enough even with joint household incomes, and this is where the CLT model comes into play. We look for publicly owned land, which is generally cheaper than privately owned land, otherwise we wouldn't be able to make it affordable. And then we look at the affordability and how much each home needs to be sold at. So then we have to find grant funding, which comes from the GLA, and then we have to look for investors, charitable institutes that are willing to invest. Then we build a case together with planning permission, with planning ideas, and then submit this in the hope that we will then acquire some funding. Before we do all of that, we have to find members of the community who are interested, and that's actually the easy part. Because we have an organization in the UK called Citizens UK. It covers the whole of the UK and different social issues that we have in different towns and cities. There's different chapters. So in London, we have London Citizens, which covers the whole of London, and then it breaks down further into each borough. So where I live in the borough of Lambeth, we've got Lambeth Citizens. We have organizations that are members, such as church groups, schools, London CLT. And the idea is that each institution brings its membership along. So London CLT, we have about 4,000 paid members. So every time we sign something with London CLT, it's not that it's London CLT, it's these 4,000 members which London CLT is representing. Equally, when we have the South London Methodist Church Circuit, it's a series of churches that sign up their membership to these projects. So getting the people there is quite easy. But it's the work that we have to put in, which is about 18-month process to convince officials that we require this funding. With CLTs in London, it is a fit, in the grand scheme of things, it is quite new. But we do have an obsession with home ownership in the UK that sometimes can be a little bit unhealthy. So the properties that we build are on a lease model. So the lease lasts for about 125 years. Now, I don't personally know anyone that's lived for more than 125 years. So people then do struggle with the fact that this is a lease, I'm purchasing a lease, and at the end of it, that's it, it's expired. Then we have to pay another £50,000-60,000 to extend the lease so that our children can inherit. So there is a lot of work that we've put in over the years, running workshops that are directly linked with each of our projects that allows the community to come together and really dissect each of the issues that the community is facing and how this CLT project can then accommodate for those needs. So it's not just about housing. It's a little bit more than that. Once the housing is secure and once those residents move in, what is happening thereafter? So on our St. Clement's site, where we charge ground rents, which should go to the freeholder, in this case is London CLT, we don't take the money to put into other projects. We allow that community to decide amongst themselves how that funding, I think the tune of about £50,000 a year, is then channeled and funneled into the local community. So they can have youth projects, they can have services that perhaps help women and children services, homelessness and various other things. But the community is then, we have a handover process. It takes about a year after the property is built to build a residence management association where the people that are living in there run the place. So they have full control over the service charge, which is an issue in the UK. So if you've got a new build, new builds generally have, to begin with, a low service charge. And then the management company or the freeholders can then decide, I'm going to increase the service charge by 300%. And you have no word of control over that. You have no control. You have to pay that. And often we are finding people are then becoming homeless because they can no longer afford to pay those service charges, which are intimately linked with the conditions of your mortgage. In the CLT model, we have control over that. It's a non-profit system. So they choose the management companies who manage the cleaning, the caretaking, the communal parts. So they have strict control over that. And once the series of workshops, there are 8 or 9 workshops that happen with the residents, as well as those politicians who were involved in the decision-making process for funding, so that they can see. Now, in that process, we've got different institutions that are involved. We've got the banks. One of our banks was going to pull the funding, but decided they wanted to have a conversation with us. And this was in the middle of the pandemic. And then they decided that the fact that they're not making a profit of it doesn't matter, because they will probably recuperate some of those costs in the continued banking through them, where residents are not only acquiring mortgages, they'll continue to bank through them. And there's a history that if I'm banking with a particular bank, I'm likely to open child accounts for my children, who then, it creates a chain of customers there. You've got local politicians who we invite to our board meetings, who invite to all of our events, to celebrate our events. We invite them all to our workshops. We have current board members of London CLT who were part of the organising group, who have then become entitled to properties within CLT. So then it builds a chain of people, and people you've gone to asking for help, people you've supported in the process. And particularly for those residents who are lucky enough to qualify and acquire property, will tend to continue their membership and continue their services, volunteer services, which is essentially what we run on. We have a very small staff team. So once you overcome the freehold and leasehold issues, then it becomes a case of presenting to everybody how this is sustainable in the long term. But ultimately, it boils down to convincing our local politicians as to how we can or cannot deliver that. 5 years ago, when I first got involved in the project, I didn't know what it was. But if we go down to the middle of Brixton, when we run, occasionally we have to run this exercise where we have to get signatures on a piece of paper to demonstrate to the local authority we still need affordable housing and we still need CLT homes. We are increasingly finding that we don't have to explain to them what a CLT is, and more CLTs are popping up. We're appearing in the news. With our project in Lewisham, we won something called the Pineapple Awards for sustainable building. So all of these things build the reputation of CLT projects. And we also benefit from having the national CLT network that utilize social media, utilize their personal contacts to continue to do that. But I think ultimately, a theme that has run globally is what we call in the UK the cost of living crisis. So with energy prices increasing, with insecure homes, with insecure jobs, with people on what we call the gigs market that are on 0 hours contract that can have their jobs pulled from them at any given time, people are finding that they are stretched and squeezed into all manners of their life. So when they see an opportunity to give a bit of time, or even just spread word of mouth, or even put a signature to a piece of paper, they relate it to their own issues that they're having at the moment. And I think everyone has a stark realization that the system is really broken. And once they identify that you have managed to build in East London, you're building in South East London, we're looking at projects in on what you would probably call the suburbs, on the outer areas of London. Once all these institutions start talking to each other and hosting events, such as pre-elections when we have accountability assemblies with our local politicians, all these member institutes should manage to get together. And much like we're doing in this room today, learning from each other's experiences, taking it back to our own family, our friends, our institutions, that's how it spreads. It's almost like when you dip dye in water, you eventually see it trickling through. So that's the system that we're seeing at the moment. By and large, it is word of mouth. It's really difficult because funding in the UK is becoming scarce. So we rely on a lot of volunteer time, advocacy through our different institutions, and we find that if today I'm here on a CLT project, I might invite a couple of my friends from their refugees campaign or their social mobility campaign. We have a campaign currently running in London to end the discrimination against Afro hair. We'll have a couple of those representatives because although their campaign is individual to them, at some point or another we find all of our campaigns start at intersections. So we might find people who are running a campaign against discrimination for hair types also suffer discrimination in terms of jobs market, in terms of housing, and education. So together in those difficulties, we then come together and then build those numbers.
Thank you, all of you. Agradecendo os nossos convidados. Vamos fazer uma rodada de perguntas.
Well, there will be another round of questions. 5 questions, all right? Raise your hands. Good afternoon. I'm sorry for having joined you just now in the afternoon. My name is Elio. I'm a poetist from Korea Favela, where I've been living since '74. I was not present in the morning because I was looking after my sister. In the 50s, it was built, where most of the population was still young. So there are many elderlies over there. I would like to ask a question. So, Brazilian Institute for Geographics, there was a research regarding the population. So data, Brazilian population has more than 6 million women, more than men, and it has grown older, over 10% in the last couple of years. Most people say because they used to be communists. So I feel sorry for the fact that there are many elderly and they need retirement in the future. So those who have worked for over 30, 40 years, the youth will struggle. That's the question. Whenever we got a collective plan, we should take in consideration the elderly and how important they are for the community. In Rio de Janeiro, 70% of families are fed by women or the elderly. So retireds who have to look after for family members of a household of 7, 10 people, struggle. I hope I will turn 90 years old, and that's it. We should no longer consider the elderly as a struggle. We are the head and a functioning part of it. My question is, I know that is not a reality out of Brazil. It especially happens here in Rio de Janeiro. Certain areas such as the west side, in which housing associations are dominated by presidents, and there's no interest in regularizing housing. There are hundreds of communities that could fit perfectly well for a project such as CLT, however, is not feasible because some of them take advantage of their role as presidents and oppress citizens. And unfortunately, their children will never own that. And it always turns out as a real estate speculation. So what strategies should CLT think of in order to address this situation? Anyone else? No one else? Last chance. Good afternoon. I'm Gracia. I would like to ask, each local CLT exchange experiences and organize themselves depending on the country or the city. In other words, is there a main CLT? For instance, in the US, there are a bunch of CLTs spread throughout the country, but is there a main organization as well as in the UK? Is there a main leader organization that deals with all the other organizations? Good afternoon, everyone. My question is regarding regularization, land tenure regularization. Is that possible for CLT being applied in those lands? Considering that there are many situations, informal settlements that in the future will be evicted. So CLT would be in need just so that we could interact with those families in order to avoid eviction, to avoid these families' evictions. Anyone else? Let us go back to the table then. Emilia. Regarding federal government land, we are trying to apply a CLT with Collective Juliana Moreira. So CLT is a pilot project in the federal land. I believe that Tarsila or Felipe could better explain it. We can discuss it later on. I'll give the floor to Mario. First of all, I would like to say that I agree with what my peer said, that we should think about the elderly, because oftentimes we only think about the youth. But at this point, in one of the visits we made yesterday in Morro da Providencia, we were able to see that for the elderly, in order to have access to housing, it's such a obstacle because they don't have the same strength nor energy. And specifically for our CLT, there used to be an independent leadership through a board of directors comprised by 6 members, 2 from the G8 and the other one chosen by assembly with North communities, as well as other 2 who were representing the South communities, as well as 2 from the private sector and the governmental one. From the San Juan government. So president doesn't have a decision, but it's from the whole board, just to make sure that the power won't be in the hand of few, but what is best for the whole community. So regarding disagreements or problems to be addressed, they should all be done in the community, just so that it will be indeed community led, in order to be guided and know where the project is leading. In Puerto Rico, there are 3 CLTs. Ours, Caño Martin Peña. There is Terras Agricolas CLT. Imagine that in the morning we showed a picture with the example in Puerto Rico, and they were created after hours, just so that community would live sustainably. So we could mention state and federal government. They are not allowed to use those lands. They are used for harvesting, for agriculture. There is another city in which buildings were empty, and soon they were used for social programs. There were many issues with drug dealers, a rise in crime. CLT was there to steward these communities and bring it back to life. However, we don't have a national CLT. We are part of a group of CLTs at a worldwide level. However, there's not a one single organism that would include those 3 CLTs in Puerto Rico.
I think Houston CLT does a pretty good job of that, because that is probably one of our biggest target populations, because they need somewhere to age in place. And that usually our seniors are on fixed incomes because they're not working full time. And so they are ones that definitely need stabilization in their housing costs. So we do have a lot of elderly people coming and are part of the CLT and have bought homes through our program because they've downsized their home or the home has become unaffordable, and because they are on fixed incomes, like because they're no longer working full time, they need the CLT as a way to stabilize that housing cost and for them to get something that meets their current needs. Maybe they need accessibility like ramps or a bigger bathroom because they're in wheelchairs or things like that. So having a home that is accessible for people's physical needs as they get older is part of our program as well. We have one of our homeowners on the board. She is a senior, and so she is able to provide a different perspective to the board when decisions are being made. And then currently, with our new funding that we have that is not restricted, we are doing a rehab for homes for seniors, because what we found is that a lot of them didn't want to improve their homes because they, one, didn't have the money, but also they were scared that if they improved their homes too much, then the property taxes would go up and they would be displaced from their home. So we're assisting seniors to be able to rehab their homes and put it in the CLT to stabilize the cost for them in the future. So they do have it to pass down to their heirs in the future. So, I mean, we have a lot of work to do to be able to make things more accessible when it comes to like technology for our seniors. I think that's where we kind of lack. But as far as providing housing and listening to their needs, I think we've definitely listened to how to better support them through the CLT model. As far as a national CLT, we don't call it National CLT organization, but Grounded Solutions Network is an organization that does shared equity housing across the country, and they provide technical assistance to us. When they have grant funding, you can be part of some of their grants. They are able to help you set up. They helped us start our CLT and provided expertise when we were starting back in even before I was brought on as executive director, helping our board form and create bylaws and things of that nature. So while they're not technically the national CLT, they are a resource for CLTs to go to help build and develop and ask technical assistance questions. And if there's something I don't know or want to know how a CLT is working, I'll go ask them, do you know of any CLTs that do A, B, C, or D? Can you give me an example of a CLT that does rehab or co-ops? And they're able to provide a lot of technical assistance to give better insight of how we can expand and grow as an organization. And I think that was all the questions. Hold on, let me check my notes real quick. I think that's it. And then the role of presidents. It really is about having a strong membership and a strong board to make sure that collective is there. So if somebody is trying to, control something, and exert their power, there's a stronger collective behind them. Not saying that you're always going to be able to overcome that. We've had one issue so far with a homeowner association president that we've had to deal with, and we had to bring in some legal action. But we also know that we're a bigger organization. We're not just the small 5 people that work there. We are an organization of members, and so that kind of scares them a little bit. So having that collective does sometimes scare them into doing the right thing, but sometimes you do have to go up against people, because you're right, they do think that they own the community when in actuality it's supposed to be everybody in the community having a voice. And I think the CLT model can help kind of combat some of that when somebody wants to step out of line and try to control a community when they are not the single sole voice of said community.
Coming to your concerns about the elderly, I'm going to share a little bit more research with you that was done in the UK that showed that when the elderly or grandparents play an active part in their grandchildren's life, both the grandparent and the grandchild benefit. Grandparents they continue to remain engaged and continue to be valued members of society, and children's language skills and their ethical and moral fabric continues to develop at a healthy rate. And it's really important to continue to remember that we stand on the shoulders of generations before us and our grandparents. With this in mind, when we planned our Christchurch Road CLT, we had a mixture of dwellings to ensure that despite having care homes for the elderly just a little bit up the road, we would much rather have dwellings that were on a ground level that didn't have mobility issues or access issues, so that they maintained a part of the community. They may not have been the grandparents to children who lived there, but they were valued, and we expected them to know that and for them to continue to be a part of that society. And with the CLT model, that's exactly what it does. It takes into account the needs of all people within the community and to make sure that they're active parts in that. So I hope that that is something that is reflected across CLTs all over the place. And with an aging population, with less people having children, that's something that we need to build in for a sustainable future for us all. In terms of local politicians not taking into account, we had a brief conversation later where I suggested that maybe we should all just pitch tents in our politicians' front yard to let them know how many people need homes. But on a more practical level, and it ties in a little bit with the CLT network, is that power comes in numbers. We know this. So you have to decide what the threshold is. You have to decide the relationships with all the other CLTs in Rio and perhaps even further out, for a message to be sent very loud and clear that although we, the residents, are this small, the power behind us is much bigger. So often it's just the threat more than the action that makes things move. But I know that it works differently here. And all I can do is hope for updates and with positive updates, and wish you the best with all of that. In terms of national CLT network, we don't have a national CLT organization per se that delivers homes, but we do have a national CLT network in the UK in which all other CLT organizations are a member of. So when London CLT, it used to be East London CLT, then decided that we want to expand outside of East London and cover the whole of London, we went to the National CLT network to see how that will work in terms of legalities, but also continue to bridge that relationship with all the other CLT networks in the UK. Because challenges we face in London are going to be very different from the challenges they face in Devon or up in Liverpool, which is far up north. But there are key elements that we can take in terms of education, when legislation changes, and what we can do to change our model to adapt with that. But there is a single point where we get together. There is a National CLT Network conference that takes place each year, where we have the opportunity to feed in all of our challenges through the year and what we might do as a collective. We have campaigned as a collective previously, and it is quite successful. I don't know if that's something that you've got in Rio or throughout Brazil, but I think that is a really good model to have. In terms of land tenure, I'm not sure about the legalities in Brazil, but certainly in the UK, once land is identified for different usage. So something that is identified as open space is very difficult to build on. Land that has planning permission can be developed on by pretty much anybody, but when land is awarded to CLT or for community projects, it's very difficult to then bring it out of that. But the legislation is built in such a way that that is secure. So in that sense, in the UK, we do have it easier there. We don't have to worry about land grabbing. But I guess that's some campaigning on your part, or maybe my colleagues here will be better placed to explain that to you.
Bom, gente, eu só vou aproveitar.
We're broadcasting live on YouTube, and we got some questions from there related to the program My House, My Life, whether it would be possible to implement a CLT within the program My House, My Life. And I want to talk about union land also. So there's no impediment for applying the CLT. It can be applied in Brazil with the legislation we have. There is no barrier to that. There is no barrier to transferring public lands to communities. In fact, new laws encourage that. But we do have resistance, political resistance, due to a certain conservatism. And that is what we're trying to revert. We want to incorporate CLTs in legislation at the federal level. One of the one of our pilot communities, we will hear from them soon, Villa Esperança, is a community centered around the My House, My Life program. So we already do that. We help with land tenure regularization, but we understand that the CLT is not only possible but desirable for this type of experience because it is a model that enriches this experience while protecting individual freedom. So I just wanted to interact with our online community. I want to thank all our guests. We are now going to do another activity so that you can stretch your legs and wake up, have some coffee. We have some papers on the wall in the back. Those of you who are on the left side, please paste your post-its. Those who are on the right side, you can do that as well. And the question is, you have been here since the morning listening to international experiences with CLTs. And here this afternoon we spoke of Latin American experiences. So you've heard the experiences of people everywhere. What did you find the most interesting? And what do you think we can incorporate here in Brazil for the development of CLT in Brazil? So I invite everyone to join. All of you receive markers and post-its. Please write down your ideas, paste them, have some coffee, and we'll return shortly.
Pessoal, vamos lá então.
Hey guys, let's get started.
Para nossa última.
This will be our last round table. We had the opportunity to listen US, Europe experiences as well as a little bit regarding Puerto Rico. Now let's get back to Latin America. Let's discuss about Brazil. Bring other members to this round table as well as our Puerto Rico partners just so that we can have a South-South dialogue regarding collective community land trust. Let's get back to our seats. We'll finally have a dynamic wrap-up. And finally, we are having a cake. In order to join us during this final roundtable and discuss regarding limits and possibilities, potentialities and challenges of the CLT in Latin America, I would like to once more invite Mario and Barbara as well as Jerema, but I'm afraid she's not here. Nady, I also invite Group Esperança Leadership as well as Paulo, President of Residents Association from Trapiceiros community. For this final round, we dare our panelists to answer the question: how do you see the potential of CLT in favelas and other communities, informal settlements, especially for our Puerto Rico colleagues. How does CLT contributed for land development in Caño Martin Peña? And how do they evaluate residents' engagement and improvement during their application period? I don't know if you remember the first presentation, but in Puerto Rico, Community Land Trust has been going on for years. So I would like them to tell us about their outcomes in Puerto Rico. And mostly focused here in Brazil, questions are how do CLT can help fight for housing, that is a historical one, and how do you see the experience of being a pilot community of the Favela CLT project? How has this process been in the community? That's what we'll be talking about. Without further ado, I'll give the floor. Regarding the question on how we see CLT's potential in favelas, through this third seminar, there is a knowledge exchange, an exchange of experiences, and for us, representing Puerto Rico, we understand that is a feasible option. And at a national level, Brazil should consider this option, CLT's option. Oftentimes, as we say, knowledge is power. Therefore, if residents know and understand the model, the Community Land Trust one, it comes as an important option. And the goal is to guarantee that settlements. During the last couple of days and the visit in Rio, I saw how favelas are in prestigious places in Rio with amazing sightseeing. So real estate speculators are greedy for these spaces. So somehow have a community land trust to make sure that residents will remain in these communities throughout generations. Children, great grandchildren, it's a must. In Puerto Rico, our main consideration as we were surrounding a water reservoir and after dredging, those lands would increase their value as they were nearby financial centers. So by knowing that those entrepreneurs were already taking place in our community, that's how we had to CLT. Otherwise, individual title was the government offer, and big developers would certainly kick us out of there and grab those lands. So that was an option just so that citizens and residents would keep their lands and have it regularized. How does CLT contributes for Caño Martin Peña? Well, according to 2004 law, the whole territory, the whole land regarding the 8 communities belongs to CLT. So by having that owned by residents, it assures housing and families. There are also good lands out of that area that has the potential to be developed. So CLT is considering include those lands in this project. And that is awesome for the future of our community. Families families have their places. Housing for many families being, and one of the things asked by community is that possible to build residences in a building in which the third one would be for housing and the first one would be for facilities such as a laundry, a grocery store, a coffee shop, or any other facility that would allow for the families to improve their finances. Therefore, this project also focus on local development for many families. So how do we evaluate residents' participation? In many different ways, such as meetings, sports, activities, such as basketball, volleyball, in which those who are not willing to gather in a meeting would contribute by bringing their teenagers, their children along to activities. They also come along bringing food, contributing. So there are different types of contribution because oftentimes we believe that it is limited to spaces like that, but however, there are different ways in which it can be done. I'll let Barbara add some more information. Well, on top of what Mario has said, our participation as CLT leaders improves quality of life for citizens by implementing housing. They are built according to each community needs. Most of them are seniors. We also have spaces for them, taking their needs into consideration, as we are aware that today we are young, but tomorrow it will change. And certainly CLT use assemblies to discuss building drawings, as well as leaders supervising constructions, just so that what was discussed will be put in place. For those who are moving in those new buildings, as well as new owners, especially for those from Canyo community who are willing to remain in the community, they wouldn't like to move somewhere else. So CLT is leaders and community residents participation, contributing and leading and everything that is happening. In other words, is a communitary work. As Mary mentioned, there aren't many assemblies just like this one, but community activities on the streets. So our reality lays inside of the community. And with this assembly, going door to door, looking for residents in their own places to call them out and discuss. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have an active participation, as Jurema mentioned, on how to keep people moving and engaged. Bring them to this activity. She mentioned that it was a real struggle. However, it is possible. That's the idea. To keep on working on it, moving. Nothing is easy, as I've said, but we've been successful, helping, providing tools with this experience exchange, just so that you will also be successful with CLT in Brazil. According with our experience and with the UN award in the 2015 and 2016, we were willing to offer knowledge regarding how it worked in 2017 as well as 2019. Teresa, Paulo were together, joining us in Puerto Rico into this international exchange. It's just that it's not a tradition, but it happens whenever it's necessary. And as well as this exchange in Brazil, we've also been having virtual meetings for the last 5 years. I met Maria in virtual exchanges, such as leaders Paulo, who joined us. It might not be as huge as in Brazil, but regarding the importance of having all of these options, by knowing that our government and different organizations happen in Puerto Rico as well as in Brazil, because they do not attend our needs, our housing needs. And CLT can be an option to assure community permanency. Thank you so much.
As I spoke previously, I come from a process of cooperatism, collective property, and an experience we saw in Uruguay that was exactly what we needed. And so we were able to build this cooperative in the favela. And what we realize is that we need to advance. And we need to advance in the sense that we live in a state where capitalism speaks louder. Real estate speculation is constantly knocking at our door. And why not protect ourselves in order to prevent us from losing what we battled to achieve? And that is what we've been doing in Rio with collective ownership. And I believe the CLT is the doorway to securing our access to housing. When CLT comes to Esperanza, the minute it came, we had a boom, and then 3 people sold their homes and we became concerned. People thought, I'm going to sell my house for $50,000 and I'm going to buy a home elsewhere, but they won't, because we live in a crazy country where everyone thinks that they're going to leave Rio and move to Espírito Santo, for example, and everything is going to be better, and that's not the case. And so through CLT, I understood that that was the way to secure housing and ensure our permanence. And the idea was to guarantee that our children could have access to adequate housing in that location, because we come from that territory. We criticize the city hall for displacing people from their territories. Because life happens in our territories. When we do not monitor that, we end up falling in the same trap. So the defense we make of CLT is in the sense of protecting our territory, protecting our rights, and ensuring that land ownership belongs to the community. I think that we're the only project in Rio where we have 3 types of houses. We have 2-bedroom homes for people with kids, we have homes for elderly couples, and we have houses for individuals, single people who do not want children. And what have we just discovered? There had been houses that were being exploited. So basically, someone's mom dies and they start renting their house. And so we have to bring this family to understand who is the actual owner. And CLT guides us. I believe that the CLT can guarantee access to land, access to housing without real estate speculation. We're living in Rio de Janeiro, in the West Zone, an area that's experiencing growth. You go to bed, there's an empty plot, and the next day, there's a project being built. So that made us stop and think. Of course, not everyone is agreeing with Barbara here. We realize that the new things scare us. And so when we bring this proposal of a CLT, the community might boycott it and resist it at first. And that's where door-to-door campaigning comes along. And I think something else that helps, and this has become super clear, I've asked a number of people about it, is it necessary for 100% of the people to be present? And the answer is no. Because one family can tell another family what happened in a meeting. And in these announcements sent, the announcements sent help as well, videos that you can share on WhatsApp. We can say, hey, we can create a WhatsApp group to discuss CLT matters. And we tell people, this is for discussing CLT, it's not for fighting. So there are some people who resist our efforts. And sometimes we have to get close to people to advance. And so there are many strategies that we adapt to educate people about the CLT. I believe that the CLT is an alternative for ensuring that we remain in this territory because we risk losing it. We need to be aware of CLT because the City Hall isn't necessarily interested in protecting us. And so this is a crucial moment. And another brief issue I want to touch upon pertaining to federal government and municipal government, we need to seek a path because us as a movement, and I'm sure many people here have been in this struggle forever, we all know how hard it is. There's a group here who's been waiting for 12 years for land. This group, they have been waiting for 12 years for a plot of land. And we're constantly stumbling upon negotiations of governments where they give away land to others and not us. And so we need to understand that it is hard to acquire land. We know how hard it is. And then we still face real estate speculation. And sometimes it's the residents themselves who give in to real estate speculation. So I believe it's time for us to take to the streets, and we will have a public hearing soon. I hear people saying, "Oh, I'm not sure it will work," but we need to make it happen. I think it's time for us to take to the streets and defend the CLT because that's the solution. And this comes from my background in cooperatives, and at Shangri-La, we were easily able to understand the concept of CLT because we had been struggling for years. We thought that because we were a cooperative, we would never lose our rights. But our cooperative was not regularized. And we were on donated land. I didn't purchase my land. It was the community that bought it. So Shangri-La has something which is very interesting, which is a two-story house where a family lives on the bottom and another family lives on top. And sometimes I wonder why the family that lives above me earns more. So this is another struggle. Where people who live on the ground level, they are not able to expand their houses, whereas people who live on top, they are able to expand their houses. And so we're discussing that. We're coming up with rules, and I think it's going to breathe new life into the project, and we'll advance with new partners from other municipalities. I was just in Brasilia, and everyone is asking me about the CLT in Rio. And I've also heard from people in Paraná who are interested. So let's move forward in defense of CLT. I think this is the way to go, and we need to move fast. Thank you. Exactly. Who's next? Paulo? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Trapicheiros community. We're in the struggle as well for affordable housing since 2010 when we suffered eviction threats. And we've been struggling together with the Public Defense Office. In 2019, we discovered CLT. We were introduced to it. And since then, we have been fighting and doing our best to understand, studying. I had this wonderful opportunity to travel to Puerto Rico to see how the CLT works there. I met Mario there. It was a wonderful visit where we were able to see firsthand what's happening there. I was in awe, and upon coming back, I couldn't think of anything else other than implementing a CLT in our city, in our country. At Trapaceros, we suffered great threats, and we still do, because of real estate speculation. A high class, high income condominium was built close by. And I always say that if we hadn't started to fight back in 2010, we wouldn't be there anymore. And they would have built another condominium by now. I always say that CLT is one more tool to protect us from real estate speculation. Fortunately, we are finalizing our set of rules. We have a residents association, and we were discussing creating another organization, a legal entity, but we realized that we were fighting for the same things, and so we will collectively build this association with the CLT to strengthen our community more, protect our land, protect our houses. At Trapaceros, I was born and raised in my community. My mother was born there. My grandmother went there as a child. It's a centuries old community, and so we really want to protect it. We see a great opportunity with CLT. As Jurema spoke earlier, we will be at the public hearing, and we are fighting for the implementation of the CLT in the master plan of the city, and it's a struggle. I thank all members of the CLT who fight daily for this cause. Sometimes say that they fight more for communities than residents themselves sometimes. And we are with them. We hope that everything goes well. Really, it's a very necessary tool. And something I said at the public hearing was that I have not seen another tool like the CLT, because the CLT offers a menu of options that can protect people from all the speculation. Of course, we already have in the city other tools that arose with time, but there hasn't been one that's as well thought out as the CLT. I think communities should get more involved with public hearings, because I know that if CLT is implemented in the master plan of the city, we will have an opportunity to defend ourselves from future struggles. We've seen cases such as that of people in Villa Autódromo, people who suffered a lot with all the cruelty committed against them by public authorities because of greed. And at Trapaceros, we tell residents that sometimes we relax, Some residents come and tell me, "Oh, we're here to stay. No one's gonna take us away from here. Nobody's gonna bother us." But that's an illusion. It is an illusion that everything's okay when it's not. Because back in 2010, when we suffered our first eviction threat, I never thought that it could happen. I never thought that we were at risk and that we would need documentation. And we had to prove that we had been living there for a long time. I was surprised to find that that I risked losing my home. And so it was necessary for us all to get together and resist together. And the only reason we're still there is because we have never stopped fighting. Sometimes people think that everything's good and get disengaged. And that is why some people are asking, how do we bring people back? How do we persuade people to participate more? Because alone we're weak and united we are strong. So I really want to highlight my admiration for the CLT project, for all that it's done across the world, and allowing people to stay in their territories. And I would love for our communities in Brazil to have that opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're sick and tired of seeing me on the screens, right? I am Nady. I'm 62 years old. I'm not retired yet. I'm a mother and grandmother, and I'm a Villa Esperanza resident. I call that cooperative a COP because when I first met that years ago, it gave me the idea that together we are stronger. I accepted and embraced this because I needed a house. Back in the days, I used to have two young children and was living with my mother. It used to be a struggle, a household, a packed one with a bunch of people, and I needed some privacy. This project took 5 years of reivindication, such as those Guerreiras Urbanas group who have been working for 12 years, and many activities with the bank and not being able to do it as they move one step forward and three steps back. But we are a slightly different community, as most real communities are favelas, hills. Group Esperanza Group is different. COP Esperanza COP is different. So we were together with the union. We used to meet at Shangri-La. So we signed a contract and many others. As we finally got 70 houses, they were pretty nice with water. Everything was great. But finally, problems came out. Throughout the whole Rio de Janeiro, all of us faced the same issue. Irregular settlements that lack many things, such as hospitals, schools, to name a few. So Esperanza Group finally had its place. On the other hand, we should come up with constructions for the building. Residents didn't get the money. Along with residents, we were aware that we needed to build two houses. Then the bank would would check that to make sure that everything was right. Finally, the construction was finalized, but the bank was not there. That land was provided by the city hall for 100 years. Someone here mentioned that nobody lives for over 100 years. It was lended. And the bank resources that we had was not paid yet. Anyways, I got a house which took me 5 years to build. However, I'm not the owner. I'm not the owner. It's not under my name. Once we were finally inside of those lovely houses, brand new, beautiful, tiled windows, everything pretty new. 2 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, balcony. I've got I've got a garden. So one of them made an interview about my yard. Anyways, it's a lovely house and that I name as my trophy. The biggest issue is that once you get the keys, residents closed the door and threw the key away because they've already got what they wanted. So the same thing that happens with trapicheiros is that residents think that everything is fine and there's no need to worry about anything anymore. I got my house, and what else should I do? There was a period in which people were sick and tired of building. Let's wait. Finally, we had the pandemic breakout. Everyone was already isolated in their own homes. With the pandemic, things got worse. So at that time, we met CLT. I watched nothing but 2 plenaries in person. The vast majority were held virtually because I wanted to understand what CLT, what Community Land Trust was about. I want to know everything that must be done. Hold on, Tarsila, you gave me the microphone and now I won't stop talking. I want to know who I can trust and what I can support. And I can see that CLT came to Esperança Group to reorganize and keep us in our land. As we have other constructions in Shangri-La, because the city hall is threatening, there's an eviction threat over there. Trapicheiro, it's a situation in which a luxury condo, it's trying to remove the favela from over there. I like saying parallel power. It's a little bit more sophisticated because if we call them militia, I would be shut down, so I better shut my mouth. And that's how we see Esperança Group being threatened. A while ago, we would say that Esperança Group used to be an island surrounded by militia, the police. They don't do anything against us because we are well known, even on TV. So they wouldn't do anything against us. But a while ago, let us say a month ago, there was an interview with those who sell popsicle. So, yeah, the popsicle, but within a plastic bag. So people sell that in order to have an income. They put it inside of a bag and sell it. They are charging those people. I didn't even know about that. They charge it from those people who try to make some earnings. They don't mess with us up until now. But it's a tough area. At any time, they could start charging safety or even say, get out of that house because I need this house as it has a yard, it's pretty cute and organized. There's a and kick us out. So there are three types of threats. The first from the city hall, the second from real estate speculation, finally the power parallel. Everything within the same city, let us say the same county, because Shangri-La and Esperanza are nearby each other. It's not Tijuca's case, but real estate speculation, it's always moving on. And CLT comes up as a warranty that I got my land, my house, and if tomorrow or later I'm no longer there, but my children decide to move on, then they could give this house to CLT, and CLT will find a black single mother who needs a house. CLT will guarantee that a family living with children, as I saw downstairs, that those families don't have their own place, their own spot, their own crib. There are many people who need housing. And that's not only for myself nowadays, because I've got my house. I want CLT to give further guarantee. I worked in that construction, but those who get that house will be proud enough to say that someone built this house with their own hands. And that woman that depends on a housing to raise their children. Yesterday, we got a news that Rio de Janeiro has more women than men, and for us, housewives, women know how important housing is. That's why CLT is here to guarantee that those women could raise their children with peace, safety, and make sure that tomorrow they will have a roof over their heads. I'm so sorry if I spoke way too much. Thank you so much. There won't be questions at the moment, but all of our guests will be available during our last dynamics. You can ask questions. You can actually talk to each and everyone in here. Guys, please. I would like to once more invite Razia and Ashley to gather us in this table just to thank our guests who came along with important and powerful speeches. I think that this last table, focusing on South America and the challenges of informal settlements, was wonderful to reflect about community land trust in Brazil. And even though we've been working for the last 5 years, there is still work to be done to make sure that decent housing will be available for all. I would like to ask a round of applause for all of them. All of those who contributed with us so much. There is a little guy who's not liking those applauses, but he's already part of this fight. Well, guys, it's almost 5 p.m. We've been here since early in the morning. We know that you're all tired.
I'd like to renew our thanks. I want to thank one of our supporters, Urbamond, also World Habitat, REARC, who has been collaborating with this idea. We know that securing funds for adequate housing is extremely hard in our country. So we are extremely grateful to our supporters. We would have not gotten to this place we are now without their support. But we must also thank our local partners. We have to thank our working committee, which today is made up of over 200 people from multiple organizations spread across the country. Before, these people were restricted to Rio de Janeiro. Without you, nothing would be possible. I want to thank our pilot communities represented by Jurema, Paulo, Neji, also Anna from Terra Prometida, who's joining us, also those from Villa Autódromo. It's so good to be with you, building our new proposal and supporting you in community-led development. And I want to thank all of those who made today possible. So our lunch, our snacks, they were provided by the Integration Center of Serra de Misericordia. Everything tasted wonderful. It was all organic, locally produced in the favelas. An extremely powerful project that I invite everyone to learn more about. They're amazing. I want to thank the interpreting team. They are conference interpreting students at the Pontifical University of Rio. Without you, nothing we did today would be possible. Thank you to Comunica, the company that provides the equipment for interpreting. The staff from the Public Defense Office here in Rio, including the kitchen staff, the auditorium staff. Thank you for providing the space for us to gather today. And speaking of public defense, I want to thank Professor Luiz Gustavo, a longtime partner who made this possible. And finally, thank you all for attending and for discussing with us today. We had a very high quality debate, a wonderful exchange where we learned so much. And with that, I'd like to invite you to do two things. First, to participate in our last activity involving Post-its. So what I want to ask is, after hearing all that you heard today, what do you think are the biggest strengths and challenges of implementing the CLT in Brazil today? Each of you received 2 Post-its. So in one Post-it, you're going to write what you think is a strength, and in the other Post-it, you're going to write about a challenge. And in 5 minutes, I don't know if you saw, but there's a wonderful cake in the back. This cake was a present from Neji to celebrate the anniversary of our project. Neji is a wonderful baker, so I recommend that you eat this cake. We are going to sing happy birthday to the CLT soon, so thank you.